about the victim.
President Trump blasts Chicago after a woman is set on fire on the CTA train. The new action he's now considering taking against the city.
Buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride this Thanksgiving. We're tracking the traffic and what you need to know before you hit the road.
Girl, those hats. Some strong winds are currently blowing through the area. And that is just the start of what could be a big turn in terms of the forecast.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Natalie Bompke.
I'm Brian Jackson. Let's get straight to Mike. When I opened up the garage this morning, I felt like it almost got blown out of the door there. It was just so windy.
Oh, it's something. Wait till you see the numbers. But, I'm just thinking of all the folks who put out their decorations, the lights. They're so pretty. Maybe, the inflatable Santa on the roof. That stuff's all 4 blocks away this morning because of these winds. And radar lit up with a couple of snow showers out there, at least a couple of flurries here and there. And because of those gusty winds, it's going to look like a real, blizzard out there, even though the snow isn't going to amount to much. Look at these winds gusting to 51 miles per hour now at Gary, 48 at O'Hare and Rockford, a 43 mph are there at Aurora. We're going to see winds like this or even worse all day long, which is why we have a wind advisory in effect. Windy and cold throughout the day, some occasional light snow at times. It'll look like a snow globe with temperatures holding steady in the low to mid 30s. Gabriela Primus is going to join us now and give us a look at what should be a really busy travel day, right?
Honestly, Mike, yes, because a lot of people were on the roads, obviously, for the Thanksgiving holiday. We're going to hear from Roseanne here very soon. But any amount of that snow is going to cause some issues for you. Watch for those high-profile vehicles if you are driving around. We're seeing a lot of reports of cars in the ditch. Can't say that's for sure because of the wind, but please just take a little extra time out there and be extra careful. We're taking a look at the Dan Ryan here. It's already 25 minutes from 95th to the Byrne interchange. No incidents to report, so that's the good news. Around 25 minutes, though, also on the Stevenson, Eisenhower, and on the Kennedy if you're going into the city. Let's go over to Lamont. That crash I told you about involving a couple of vehicles. It's right over the river here. Southbound Route 83 is going to be closed between Bluff Road and 107th Street. Crews are on scene. You can see a little bit of traffic as you approach the northbound side on Archer Avenue, as well as you're going southbound, probably hitting closer to Kingery Highway. I'll send back to you, Brian.
Well, time is on 6:02 this morning. We are continuing to follow some breaking news. Chicago police are looking for a person of interest in connection to that murder at last week's teen takeover. It happened around 10:30 last Friday night along the 100 block of South Dearborn. 14-year-old Armani Floyd was killed in that shooting. Police are currently looking for the person in this photo wearing that purple outfit with the gray hoodie.
And this comes as we're learning more about Armani. Police say he was among a large group of young people downtown when the shooting happened. McKinley Nelson is the founder of Project Swish. That's a program that Armani joined that aims to keep kids off the streets.
It feels deflating, it almost feels like I created these safe spaces to make sure that this doesn't happen, and kids that are still a part of the program on a regular basis, like they still fall victim to this.
Nelson says he remembers promising Armani a new pair of basketball shoes for Christmas. So in honor of that promise, Nelson will give every teen who played with Armani at the Nash Community Center a pair of shoes this holiday season.
We have a traffic alert for you this morning as thousands of people are preparing to hit the road for Thanksgiving.
Roseanne Tellez tracking the best time for you to hit the road. She's all bundled up. What do you got, Roseanne?
Yes. Well, more than 3.6 million people here in Illinois are going to travel at least 50 miles from home today. And today is going to be the most congested day. Now, we're right about the Kennedy right now, just north of the Eisenhower. Things look pretty good, but that will change. AAA says one of the worst times to travel by road will be between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m. today. So if you're leaving today, be sure you get up and get out, or you may be better off waiting till after dinner. Add to that a wind advisory. The winds out here, Natalie mentioned, I'm all bundled up. It's crazy cold and windy. Mike says there could be some flurries. It could make driving very challenging. Now, Sunday between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m. is the next worst time to hit the road. Nationwide, AAA says 73 million people are traveling by road. It's a whopping 90% of all holiday travelers. Thanksgiving Day will have minimal traffic and it won't be quite as windy. But 1 to 8 p.m. on Friday and Saturday, those are the other busiest times to avoid. Now, making Saturday even worse, you can add snow into the mix. We're expecting snow in Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois. that could be a little crazier. So there's a lot to digest, but happy travels, everybody, and keep your eye on the prize, Arrow. Hopefully a wonderful family dinner. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Roseanne. The family of the woman in that Blue Line attack has launched a GoFundMe to help pay for her recovery. Bethany McGee's family says she's being treated for severe burns. A man is accused of setting her on fire last week while she was on a train. Her family says insurance will cover some of her expenses, but McGee has a very long recovery ahead. So far, that GoFundMe has raised $133,000. Their goal is $190,000.
President Donald Trump is once again hinting at the possibility of bringing the National Guard to Chicago following that attack on the CTA.
A man was arrested 72 times. 72 times, think of that. And they'll let him out again. We could make Chicago a safe city in a period of 4 weeks. In a period of 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks, it would be totally safe. And the people of Chicago want us to go there.
Trump says the troops have caused crime to plummet in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Memphis. But Governor J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Brendan Johnson have called any deployment unconstitutional and cite that data shows that violent crime is actually down from the past year. The FBI is scheduling interviews with the 6 Democratic lawmakers featured in the video telling U.S. troops to defy what they call illegal orders.
So here's the video that we're talking about. The FBI's involvement comes one day after the Pentagon launched an investigation into Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, who's featured in the video. President Trump accused the lawmakers of sedition, and that is punishable by death.
You can't have a functioning military if there's disorder and chaos within the ranks, and that's what these Democrat members were encouraging.
So Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin is one of the lawmakers pictured there that's in the video. She calls the FBI's actions a scare tactic.
To be honest, the president's reaction and the use of the FBI against us is exactly why we made the video. He believes in using the federal government against his perceived adversaries.
All 6 of the lawmakers in the video have served in the military or intelligence community.
This morning, the Kremlin confirms U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will be visiting Moscow next week. It comes amid efforts to secure a deal to end the nearly 4-year war between Russia and Ukraine. An advisor of Russian President Vladimir Putin insists that they still have not seen a U.S. proposal, even though representatives from the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine held talks in Abu Dhabi earlier this week.
A man is charged this morning after allegedly threatening an Illinois state senator. State police arrested 59-year-old Joseph Haggerty. Republican State Senator Andrew Chesney reported the threats to troopers back in September. Haggerty is facing felony charges of threatening a public official.
Well, parts of the Midwest got hit with some serious snow on Tuesday. Take a look at this mess in western Minnesota. You're looking at least 5 jackknife semi-trucks. Very dangerous out there. Now, we got some snow on the way here, Mike. Are we going to see any whiteout conditions like this?
No, but the fact that it's so windy, even though we won't get the quantity of snow that they had yesterday in Minnesota, it may look kind of like a snow globe out there. So, be careful traveling around. But it's really the wind today. Saturday, that's your day for some sticking snow around here, and it looks like a pretty good storm on the way. Natalie, I don't like the look on your face.
No, the thing is, so I'm going down to Springfield to see my parents on Friday.
Oh, get ahead of the storm.
Right, and then I won't come back till Sunday. So I'm hoping when most of us return from Thanksgiving on Sunday, the roads will be clear.
But I know that I-55 drive coming up through central Illinois, sometimes you get those ground blizzards even when the snow is over. So, Natalie, you be careful getting back down there to Sangamon County. All right, winter is here, my friends. We've got a whole bunch of it on the way. Arctic air here now through at least the end of next week. Very strong winds today with, as we were just discussing, some light snow showers or flurries at worst. A significant snowstorm. That is Saturday, and it should be snowing almost all day Saturday, likely to start sometime during the wee hours of the morning. We've got 35 at Waukegan, the Lakefront Midway, and Chicago Heights. Got 36 at Valparaiso, Michigan City, Benton Harbor, 38 degrees, but look at those winds. Wow, whipping at 40 46 there. A 51-mile-per-hour wind gust at Gary. That's the highest speed that I've seen so far. Just below 40 miles per hour at O'Hare and Midway. But we're going to see gusts, I think, between 40 and 50 much of the day today, which is why we've got that. It's a wind advisory for all of Chicagoland until 9 o'clock tonight. Don't think that at 9:01 the switch goes off and the winds will be gone. They just won't be quite as strong later tonight. We've got the Thanksgiving forecast and more on the Saturday snow in just a little bit.
All right, thank you, Mike. Still ahead here on Good Day Chicago, a new deal that lowers how much we'll have to pay for more than a dozen drugs, and that includes Ozempic. We'll be right back.
Goodman.
We're following breaking news this morning. Chicago police are looking for a suspect tied to that teen takeover shooting.
It happened around 10:30 last Friday night along the 100 block of South Dearborn. A 14-year-old boy was killed and another 18-year-old man was wounded. Police are now looking for the person of interest in this photo. He was wearing a purple outfit with a gray hoodie.
Actress Tara Reid claims she was drugged at a Chicago hotel. An image shared by TMZ shows her in a wheelchair before being taken out on a stretcher. According to a police report, Reid said she blacked out after having a drink with a stranger while staying at the DoubleTree Hotel in Rosemont. Police say they are working with the hotel to gather video.
President Donald Trump is once again hinting at the possibility of bringing the National Guard to Chicago. It comes after a woman was set on fire on a CTA train last week. Trump says the troops have caused crime to plummet in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Memphis, Tennessee. Governor J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson have called any deployment unconstitutional.
New this morning, the U.S. government has negotiated lower prices for more than a dozen drugs, and that includes Ozempic and Wegovy. Drugs that help diseases including asthma, cancer, and diabetes could see anywhere from a 38 to 85% price reduction. It comes after President Trump announced a deal with Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly earlier this month. The price cuts will only impact Medicare and not private health insurance plans.
Visiting national parks is about to get a lot more expensive for international tourists. New this morning, the Department of the Interior says starting January 1st, now residents without an annual pass will pay a $100 per person fee. Now that's on top of the regular entrance fee. The agency says the pricing ensures that foreign tourists pay the right amount to help maintain and improve our national parks.
6:14 now, and Brian and I almost got blown away this morning on our way into work, Mike Kaplan.
Right? Yeah, and one of the gals that we work with was describing the sound of the wind through her chimney this morning.
Ooh.
So, yeah, it is really windy. That's the main story today. Saturday, that is the big snowstorm that is on the way, so let's address all of this. That doesn't mean that we won't see any snow today. We are, and some of you have already seen at least a couple of flakes flying out there. Shows up here on our satellite and radar composite. This is the same storm that clobbered Minnesota yesterday, and they still have a decent snow in Minneapolis. It's going to hit Wisconsin and the UP pretty hard, but we're on the south edge of that, and you can see just a couple little fragments of light snow shower activity, or at least some flurries out there right now. It's a trough of low pressure extending from the parent low itself. That's swinging through here. We'll see a lot of cloud cover regardless of whether it's snowing today. Tonight, clouds may break a little bit, and for your Turkey Day festivities, we'll see a little bit more sunshine later in the day than we do in the morning, and I just don't expect any precipitation. Thursday night, it's quiet. We get to Friday. We'll start with some cloud cover. That breaks up so that you're thinking, hey, where's that storm they're talking about? Yeah, it's coming. There you see it off to the west. That means business for Saturday. Today, 41 happened already. That was our high. Temperatures now in the 30s. Watch for some gusts that could hit 50 miles per hour. Cold but dry tomorrow and Friday. There's a 6+ inch snowstorm, I think, on Saturday. Pretty much snowing all day long. Some occasional snow showers Sunday morning. Then look at the bitter Arctic air here Monday and Tuesday. There's an incident, Gabriella Primus. What's going on?
About what's happening here in Lamont. It's southbound Route 83. It's a crash that's closing to the southbound side between Bluff Road and Main Street. The crash happened closer to 107th, but it happened around like 5 o'clock this morning. It's still going on, so crews are on scene. It seems like Archer Avenue is getting a little bit backed up. It is probably because they were closing that part of Archer Avenue, so keep that in mind if you are traveling over to maybe to I-55 or so. Let's take a look at our overview map. Honestly, we have no other incidents that are in our system, which is a good thing. People need to be extra careful for some flying debris because of these winds. Also, those high-profile vehicles around. Your drive times are looking like 25 minutes on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown, as well as on the Eisenhower, Stevenson, even 25 minutes on the Dan Ryan from 95th to the Burn interchange. I'm keeping an eye on the airports. At O'Hare right now, it looks like 55 delays, only a few cancellations, only a handful of delays over at Midway. But again, we'll keep an eye out with these high winds that are coming into our area. I'll send it back to you.
President Trump says that there has been progress towards ending the war in Ukraine, but his Thanksgiving deadline for a deal may come and go.
Doug Luzader has the latest developments from Washington this morning.
Daylight showing the extent of one of the latest waves of Russian airstrikes on Ukraine. I would like us to finally get some help, some protection, this woman said.
We won't know for a little while, but we're making progress.
President Trump speaking with reporters on his way to Florida last night, saying peace talks have made some headway. Envoys will be meeting with leaders of Ukraine and Russia in the days ahead. And the president made it clear Ukraine will have to make some concessions.
So eventually that's land that over the next couple of months might be gotten by Russia anyway. So do you want to fight and lose another 50, 60,000 people? Or do you want to do something now?
Critics say the administration is favoring Russia.
What we've seen the Trump administration do time and time again is throw the Ukrainian people under the bus and side with Vladimir Putin.
But Ukraine has apparently won some concessions of its own in closed-door talks.
I'm ready to meet with President Trump, and there are sensitive points to discuss.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's open to a deal. For his part, President Trump says it's not yet time for a face-to-face meeting, but his Thanksgiving deadline for a deal is clearly off now.
I don't have a deadline. You know what the deadline for me is? When it's over.
Our Doug Luzader joins us live from Washington this morning. So, Doug, one of the major sticking points in the president's plan would require for Ukraine to give up territory to Russia. Any word on where these negotiations currently stand?
Well, you know, we saw the initial 28-point plan that was really seen as being too pro-Russia by a lot of folks, and they've apparently made some changes. We don't know where these changes stand right now. We don't know what's in, what's out. They have narrowed down the 28 points to fewer than that. This issue of giving up land, though, seems to be at the heart of this. There's a question whether you just kind of stop lines where they are right now, or if you give Russia some additional territory that they haven't even won over yet. That's going to be a critical question, as are, these security guarantees that have been bandied about. How do you prevent Russia from going in there again once they have a deal?
Doug, of that 28-point plan that we're more familiar with, what kind of implications do you think that could have on the rest of Europe?
Well, we don't know what the final version of this is going to look like. I mean, Europe is keenly interested in a positive outcome here because, they see Ukraine as kind of a last stand against Russian aggression. And they're afraid that if Putin takes over Ukraine, then he won't stop there. So they want to make sure that there are something in the way of security guarantees that would stop short of actual NATO protections, but something along those lines, even if it doesn't involve Ukraine becoming part of NATO.
All right. Doug Luzader live in Washington. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
All right, time now 6:20. Stay with us. We got much more to come this Wednesday morning on Good Day Chicago.
Triple power.
We're following breaking news this morning. Chicago police are looking for a suspect tied to the teen takeover shooting.
It all happened around 10:30 last Friday night along the 100 block of South Dearborn. A 14-year-old boy was killed and another 18-year-old man was wounded. Police are now looking for the person of interest in this photo, who you can see there wearing a purple outfit with a gray hoodie.
Actress Tara Reid claims she was drugged at a Chicago hotel. An image shared by TMZ shows her in a wheelchair before being taken out on a stretcher. According to a police report, Reid said she blacked out after having a drink with a stranger while staying at the DoubleTree Hotel in Rosemont. Police say they are working with the hotel to gather video.
President Donald Trump is once again hinting at the possibility of bringing the National Guard to Chicago. Now, this comes after a woman was set on fire on a CTA train last week. Trump says the troops have caused crime to plummet in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Memphis, Tennessee. The Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson have called any deployment unconstitutional.
A viral video is prompting change now on Capitol Hill. This is a story Fox 32 has been closely following. Mercedes Wells gave birth to her fourth child just minutes after leaving the hospital. She was in her truck on the side of the road with just her husband by her side, and she begged the hospital to let her stay, but they kicked her out. Now, Illinois Congresswoman Robin Kelly is proposing legislation to ensure this does not happen to anyone else. The Wells Act would require any hospital that provides obstetric, emergency, or labor and delivery services to have a plan before discharging a patient who presents signs or symptoms of labor. The Wells Act also mandates racial bias training for healthcare professionals.
After being kicked out of the hospital, begging to stay but still being pushed away was hurtful, disgraceful. I felt unheard. I felt ignored. I felt treated less than human.
It's clear that Mercedes' story isn't an isolated incident. This is not a Franciscan health problem, but rather a systemic issue. Our healthcare system is broken. Black women across the country are suffering and dying.
Franciscan Health has fired a doctor and a nurse who were involved with Wells' discharge. As for baby Alina, she is doing just fine.
Well, a big donation to help address food hunger in our local communities. On Tuesday, Chicago area Chick-fil-A owners presented a $25,000 check to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. The pantry says that the timing was very key due to the recent pause in SNAP benefits as well as rising costs.
Are going up, rent is going up, and the dollar just isn't going as far. And that's why we're so grateful to have partners to help us stand with those families.
The Chick-fil-A owners also made a $25,000 donation to the Northern Illinois Food Bank.
The shops at Northbridge now home to what's being dubbed Chicago's sweetest skyline. The city's landmarks all crafted in gingerbread in a one-of-a-kind two-day immersive holiday experience. There's also live music and a sweet treat keepsake from your time on the Magnificent Mile.
Speaking of sweet treats, Oberweis and the Joffrey Ballet are teaming up for a new ice cream flavor. This is to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of the Nutcracker by the Ballet. It is a Nutcracker peppermint swirl, a sweet sugar cookie ice cream with a crimson peppermint ribbon. It'll be available at Oberweis, select grocery stores, and the Lyric Opera House, Chicago, all during performances of the Nutcracker. That is December the 5th through the 28th. May have to check that out.
You don't have to tell a pregnant woman that there's a new ice cream they need to eat. Mike?
Are you a fan of the peppermint? We were talking about that earlier. You like that?
Yeah. You know what? The ice cream museum, not too far away from us here, that tourist attraction had a peppermint ice cream once. It was so good. Yeah.
Sounds good. Well, this time of year, it's in season. You know what else we get? Snow and cold and wind. It's all on our menu with the forecast coming right up.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago at 6:30. I'm Brian Jackson.
I'm Natalie Bumke. Here's some of the stories we're following for you this morning. The FBI is scheduling interviews with the 6 Democratic lawmakers featured in this video, telling U.S. troops to defy what they call illegal orders. It comes one day after the Pentagon launched an investigation into Senator Mark Kelly, featured in the video. President Trump accused the lawmakers of sedition punishable by death.
The Kremlin confirms that U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will visit Moscow next week. It comes amid efforts to secure a deal to end the nearly 4-year war between Russia and Ukraine. An advisor of Russian President Vladimir Putin insists that they have still not seen the U.S. proposal, even though representatives from the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine held talks in Abu Dhabi earlier this week.
Visiting national parks is about to get much more expensive for international tourists. The Department of the Interior is announcing that on January 1st, non-residents without an annual pass will pay $100 per person fee. That's on top of the regular entrance fee.
Time is now 6:31. Taking a live look outside. These cameras really don't show how strong the wind has been out there, Mike.
Yeah, it's so deceiving. There's no ice on the lake. You don't see any snow coming down. Again, a few spots are getting a little snow. And yeah, you're right. That wind really means business. Out there, there are some snow showers, or at least some flurries being detected on radar here. Not everybody's getting them, and it's not going to be a big deal with regards to snowfall today. But because of these very high winds, it's going to look pretty impressive out there. Let's look at some of the gusts, which at times have been 50 plus. Look at that Gary number, 51 miles per hour. Not quite 40 at O'Hare and Midway, but we have seen 40 plus gusts out there this morning. We got a 48 mile an hour gust at Rockford. This is going to be a really windy day today with those occasional snow showers. Our high already happened. It was 41 degrees at midnight. The rest of the day will be in the 30s with that gusty wind. Snow globes, snow showers, or flurries with the real sticking snow reserved for your Saturday enjoyment, or not, depending on your perspective. I don't think that Sky Fox isn't flying.
No,
even
it's not. This is actually our Rosemont camera. It's pointed towards O'Hare, and I wanted to show it to you because, one, it's moving a little bit due to that wind. Mike said almost 40 miles per hour here at Midway, or I mean here at O'Hare, excuse me, and then also at Midway. For flight delays, we're seeing around 55 at O'Hare. That's a 20 flight jump from, I think, 5 o'clock this morning, the last time I looked. So keep that in mind. It's kept steady for the last 30 minutes, though. Only 5 delays over at Midway. Minimal cancellations at both airports, which is good. But yes, be careful out there if you are driving, because we know even that little bit of snow during winds like this can make driving really tricky. 30 minutes right now for inbound trip on the Kennedy from O'Hare to downtown, 25 minutes on your way outbound towards O'Hare, 30 minutes on the Eisenhower and on the Stevenson, 25 minutes on the Dan Ryan. We'll give you an update on what's happening over on Route 83 in Lamont coming up. I'll send it back to you.
Well, we're following some breaking news. Chicago police are looking for a person of interest in connection to the murder that happened at last week's teen takeover. It happened around 10:30 last Friday night along the 100 block of South Dearborn. 14-year-old Armani Floyd was killed. Police are looking for the person of interest in this photo, wearing a purple outfit with the gray hoodie.
This comes as we're learning more about the victim in that shooting. Police say 14-year-old Armani Floyd was among a large group of young people downtown when that shooting happened. McKinley Nelson is the founder of Project Swish. It's a program Armani joined that aims to keep kids off the streets.
It feels deflating, you know. It almost feels like I created these safe spaces to make sure that this doesn't happen, and kids that are still a part of the program on a regular basis, like, they still fall victim to this.
Nelson says he remembers promising Armani a new pair of basketball shoes for Christmas. So in honor of that promise, Nelson will give every teen who played with Armani at the Nash Community Center a pair of shoes this holiday season.
We are preparing for Thanksgiving tomorrow, and a record number of people in Illinois are planning to travel this holiday.
Many of them by road. So, Brian, what does that mean if you are planning on leaving today? Roseanne is checking things out this morning. Hi, Roseanne.
Hi. Well, if you're one of those people, I can tell you here at the Kennedy at Randolph, it's not looking too bad. Finish your coffee, maybe get a good breakfast in, but then it is time to pack it up because the holiday crunch time is coming. Give you a view of the traffic building just a bit. AAA says the worst time to travel by road, but will be between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m. today. Just listen to the numbers. Here in Illinois, 4.1 million people are expected to travel at least 50 miles from home, the vast majority by car, more than 3.5 million. In addition to traffic, you'll be dealing with those high winds Mike has been talking about, also cold and flurries potentially. Sunday between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m., that's another of the worst times to hit the road, according to AAA. Thanksgiving Day won't be too bad if you can swing it, and it won't be so windy, but beware if you're planning to return on Saturday, because on Saturday you can add in snow, and as Mike put it, snow all day long, so something to watch out for. Best to avoid travel altogether if you can on that day, but especially again between the hours of 1 and 8 p.m. So you want to make sure that that emergency roadside kit is in the car. Leave some time to gas up, and happy travels, everyone. Back to you in the studio.
Coming from you, Roseanne, I know it's going to come true. Happy travels. Thank you, Roseanne. The family of the woman in the Blue Line attack has launched a GoFundMe to help pay for her recovery. This is Bethany McGee. Her family says she's being treated for severe burns. A man is accused of setting her on fire last week while she was on a train. Her family says insurance will cover some of the expenses, but McGee has a very long recovery ahead of her. So far, that GoFundMe has raised $133,000. Their goal is $190,000.
President Donald Trump is once again hinting at the possibility of bringing the National Guard to Chicago following that attack on the CTA.
A man was arrested 72 times. 72 times, think of that. And they'll let him out again. We could make Chicago a safe city in a period of 4 weeks. In a period of 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks, it would be totally safe. And the people of Chicago want us to go there.
Trump says troops have caused crime to plummet in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Memphis, Tennessee. But Governor J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson have called any deployment unconstitutional and cite data that shows violent crime is actually down from this past year.
It's a story you'll see only on Fox Chicago. A restaurant greeter in Chicago is attacked. It was all caught on camera. It started last week when a group known only as J Party of Six didn't like the wait time at a local Chili's. And when they walked out, apparently the hostess there told them, enjoy your day. And that's when they attacked. The 19-year-old hostess, who is a single mother, believes the group thought she was being sarcastic when she told them to enjoy their day. But she says she was just following company policy.
At no point did I threaten anyone. At no point did I say that I was going to do anything. I was quiet. They could have just left, but they all decided to come back in and attack me.
She's showing our Tia Ewing there some of the injuries that she sustained as she was speaking. Chicago police were called, but by the time that officers arrived, the attackers were gone. They are investigating, and so is Chili's. Other parts of the Midwest got hit with some serious snow on Tuesday. Hey, take a look at this mess in western Minnesota. At least 5 jackknifed semi-trucks there.
That is very scary, right? A lot of snow coming down there. Other parts of the Midwest, we're getting prepared for our own snowstorm, which is on the way, Mike.
Saturday. Yeah. What can you do? You know, on any other Saturday, it might not be that big of a deal, but because so many people are going to be traveling for the holiday, it's going to have a bigger impact than it ordinarily would on a weekend. The snow that's falling now is tied to that same system that deposited all the heavier snow in Minnesota. But for us, it's not so much the snow. It's really going to be the wind that is going to take center stage. And because it is very windy and it's cold, take a look at these wind chills. Feels like low 20s across Chicagoland right now. Definitely hat and glove sort of a deal out there with these temperatures and winds in the direction that they are headed. Most of the snow that is going to stick is staying north of the Cheddar Curtain. We're on the southern edge of this storm system. You can see the counterclockwise swirl there. So we'll get, you know, a glancing snow shower here, a flurry there. But because of the wind, it might reduce the visibility enough to create a little bit of a travel nuisance out there. It's a trough of low pressure that's coming through here, stemming from the parent low, moving away from us. This is not the big storm system that is on the way for the weekend. Tomorrow for Thanksgiving and on Friday for Black Friday, you're looking at generally quiet conditions, just cold and still breezy. It won't be as windy as today, but tomorrow it's still going to be pretty blustery around here. See those scattered snow showers. If you're traveling to southwest Michigan, there could be some lake effect. Right there, that's our problem. That is going to be coming on shore in the Pac Northwest tomorrow and Friday, and it'll move in here just in time to mess things up on Saturday. Of course, if you're a snow lover, it's going to put a smile on your face. Today, our high happened already. It was 41. Now temperatures are going to hold steady in the 30s. There's that very strong wind. Could see some gusts today in excess of 50 miles per hour. Natalie, don't blow away.
Oh, I'll try. Yeah, Brian and I are going to be like balloons at the Thanksgiving Day parade. All right, thank you, Mike. Plenty more to come here on Good Day Chicago. This is a story that went viral, and now a mother who was forced to give birth on the side of the road in Northwest Indiana is getting the attention of lawmakers. We're going to walk you through the new proposal that's currently sitting on Capitol Hill. Plus, what we're learning about 4 more people arrested in connection with the heist at the Louvre. First, though, a deal that lowers the cost of more than a dozen high-selling drugs. That and more coming up next.
Goodman.
The FBI is scheduling interviews with the 6 Democratic lawmakers featured in a video telling U.S. troops to defy what they call illegal orders.
This is the video. The FBI's involvement comes just one day after the Pentagon launched an investigation into Senator Mark Kelly featured in the video. President Trump accused the lawmakers of sedition, punishable by death.
You can't have a functioning military if there's disorder and chaos within the ranks, and that's what these Democrat members were encouraging.
Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin, one of the lawmakers also in the video, and she calls the FBI's actions a scare tactic.
To be honest, the president's reaction and the use of the FBI against us is exactly why we made the video. He believes in using the federal government against his perceived adversaries.
All 6 of the lawmakers in the video have served in the military or intelligence community.
This morning, the Kremlin confirms that U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will be visiting Moscow next week. It comes amid efforts to secure a deal to end the nearly 4-year war between Russia and Ukraine. An advisor of Russian President Vladimir Putin insists that they have still not seen a U.S. proposal, even though representatives from the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine held talks in Abu Dhabi earlier this week.
And new this morning, the U.S. government has negotiated lower prices for more than a dozen drugs. That includes Ozempic and Wegovy. Drugs that help diseases including asthma, cancer, and diabetes could see anywhere from a 38 to 85% price reduction. Comes after President Trump announced a deal with Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly earlier this month. The price cuts will only impact Medicare and not private health insurance plans.
Visiting national parks is about to get a lot more expensive for international tourists. New this morning, the Department of the Interior is announcing that starting January 1st, non-U.S. residents without an annual pass will pay a $100 fee per person. That is on top of a regular entrance fee. The agency says the pricing ensures foreign tourists pay the right amount to help maintain and improve the national parks.
Controversy at Campbell's Soup after an executive reportedly made offensive comments about the company's food, customers, and employees. A lawsuit filed by a former employee claims Campbell's Vice President Martin Bally belittled Campbell's Soup ingredients during a secretly recorded meeting. It allegedly catches him saying the products were made for, quote, poor people. He's also accused of making derogatory comments about Indian co-workers. A spokesperson said they are investigating and the executive has been placed on leave.
4 more people have been arrested in connection to last month's high-profile heist at the Louvre. Paris prosecutors say that 2 men and 2 women are between the age of 31 and 50 years old. Right now, there's no word on the specific roles they played allegedly in that heist. The $102 million in jewels have still not been recovered.
It is 6:47 now, and a mother's experience being turned away from a hospital while she was in labor is sparking change now on Capitol Hill. We're going to break down the new proposal.
This week.
back there.
6:50 now. Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. We're so glad you're with us on this day before Thanksgiving, giving you a live look at Millennium Park. And boy, it looks calm out there, but as we've been noting all morning, it is so gusty.
It is deceptive. And I mean, you look down there, and there's still a little bit of color in the trees. In spite of the fact we're talking, this is straight winter now that we're dealing with. Today, wind takes center stage. It is a wind advisory for all of Chicagoland in that light blue color. In the kind of pale green, let's call it celadon. Gabriella, would you call that color celadon right out here? I think that's what we're going to call it. That's a high wind warning, and it wouldn't surprise me if we get some winds that could justify a high wind warning in Chicagoland, but at least 40 to 50 mile-an-hour gusts I think are going to be pretty widespread today. All courtesy of this low pressure system swirling away over northern Wisconsin. We're on the southern edge of the snow field with that. I don't expect accumulating snow here, but even a brief snow shower or a flurry can really look impressive when you're blowing it around at 50 miles per hour. If anybody catches a little bit of snow, I would go Lake and McHenry County for possibly a dusting, especially on grassy surfaces. That would be it today. Tonight, still going to stay mostly cloudy. We get you into tomorrow morning for Thanksgiving. Some cloud cover mixing with a little bit of sunshine, maybe sunnier the farther south you are, but no precipitation tomorrow. Just a really cold and still windy day tomorrow. Not as windy as today, but still windy. Friday, we start with cloud cover, and then, hey, the sun comes out, doesn't warm anything up, and you're thinking, hey, where's that storm those people are talking about? Yeah, just wait. That is coming late Friday night into Saturday. And then following that, it's going to stay cold. You put fresh snow on the ground, yeah, it's going to stay cold. That's our extended temperature outlook for the first week, and then first half of the second week of December. Quiet tomorrow and Friday, then here comes a significant snowstorm right now. I'm thinking 6+ for the area. And look at those highs Monday and Tuesday, only in the low 20s. Let's kick it over to Gabriella Primus now. She's got our traffic update, and hopefully at least this morning it isn't too bad.
You know, Mike, I'm not really seeing any incidents because of these high winds that we're seeing. Also, I've been keeping an eye on the airports, as I've mentioned. Just a handful of delays, no cancellations really to report. We're taking a look from I-75 North Michigan Avenue, so the Hancock camera here. Instead of pointing towards the Kennedy Expressway as it typically is, it's looking at DuSable Lakeshore Drive where things are moving smooth. Let's go back over to Lamont though, because we have no other incidents to report. Luckily, this is still what we're dealing with. Northbound side of Route 83 is still closed between 111th and over at Bluff Road, so right over the river here. The southbound side has reopened, but it's still a little bit of stop and go traffic as you approach that crash area, so keep that in mind. Let's talk about trains. Union Pacific North, there is some trouble on the outbound trains. They're halted near Hubbard Woods. It's due to an obstruction on the tracks. I'm waiting to learn some more information so we can learn exactly why this is happening. Probably going to cause some delays on some of the later trains as well. I'll send it back to you now.
Thank you so much, Gabby. A viral video is prompting change now on Capitol Hill. This is a story Fox 32 has been following closely. Mercedes Wells gave birth to her 4th child minutes after she was forced to leave the hospital. She was in a truck on the side of the road with just her husband by her side. Well, now Illinois Congresswoman Robin Kelly is proposing legislation to ensure that does not happen to anyone else. The Wells Act would require any hospital that provides obstetric, emergency, or labor and delivery services to have a plan before discharging a patient who presents signs or symptoms of labor. The Wells Act also mandates racial bias training for healthcare professionals.
After being kicked out of the hospital, begging to stay but still being pushed away was hurtful, disgraceful. I felt unheard. I felt ignored. I felt treated less than human.
It's clear that Mercedes' story isn't an isolated incident. This is not a Franciscan health problem, but rather a systemic issue. Our healthcare system is broken. Black women across the country are suffering and dying.
Franciscan Health has fired a doctor and a nurse who were involved with Wells' discharge. As for baby Alina, you can see there, she is doing just fine.
Well, a big donation to help address food hunger in our local communities. On Tuesday, Chicago area Chick-fil-A owners presented a $25,000 check to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. Pantry says that the timing was very key due to the recent pause in SNAP benefits and rising costs.
Everything is more expensive for our families right now. Grocery costs are going up, rent is going up, and the dollar just isn't going as far. And that's why we're so grateful to have partners to help us stand with those families.
The Chick-fil-A owners also made a $25,000 donation to the Northern Illinois Food Bank.
The shops at Northbridge now home to what's being dubbed Chicago's sweetest skyline. The city's landmarks all crafted in gingerbread in a one-of-a-kind 2D immersive holiday. And there's also live music and a sweet treat keepsake from your time on the Magnificent Mile.
Otherwise, in the Joffrey Ballet are teaming up for a new ice cream flavor. This is to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Nutcracker by the ballet. It is a Nutcracker peppermint swirl. The flavor includes a sweet sugar cookie ice cream with a crimson peppermint ribbon. It'll be available at Oberweis and select grocery stores, as well as at the Lyric Opera House, Chicago, also during performances of the Nutcracker. That's taking place December the 5th through December 28th.
And here's an idea for Thanksgiving. Instead of a turkey dinner, consider adopting one. Animal sanctuaries across the country giving people the chance to sponsor turkeys. The money helps gobble up health care, social care, and food costs. Lynette Cook works at Love and Arms Animal Sanctuary in Erie, Colorado, and she says, is it Colorado or Colorado? What do you say, Brian?
Colorado.
Colorado? Okay. She says a lot of people are unaware of how smart turkeys are.
They are capable of creating those bonds of friendship with human beings, with each other, with other species. And I think it's important that we recognize that.
You know who would know the difference between Colorado and Colorado?
Mike Kaplan?
And turkeys, because apparently they're smarter than us.
Yes, apparently you can hug them too.
Because who wouldn't want to? They will not peck your eyes out. Since the start of the Sanctuaries program in 2022, sponsorships have doubled each year. I know what I'm going to get you for Christmas, Brian.
You going to give me a nice big turkey? Okay.
A live turkey. Plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead. Keep it right here.
When you say
Boar's Head is recalling its Pecorino Romano cheese because it could be contaminated with listeria. The recall includes cheese sold in 6-ounce containers. 2 prepackaged deli items under the recall are the Ever Roast Chicken Caesar Salad and Chicken Caesar Wrap. Boar's Head, I should say, dealt with a similar listeria outbreak a while back.
Despite some ongoing financial concerns, Americans are still planning to spend pretty big during Black Friday and Cyber Monday. According to a recent survey, shoppers are expected to spend $80 billion during those 2 days. However, people looking for bargains, which is definitely me and you, Nat, may have a harder time this year. Retailers have been dropping deals early. Experts say that tariffs have also contributed to the fluctuating prices and uncertainty.
Dick's Sporting Goods will close a number of Foot Locker stores after recently acquiring the sneaker company. It's unclear how many stores will close. Company says the closures are part of a restructuring plan so Foot Locker doesn't drag down its profits.
Doctors say that the commercialization of recreational marijuana in many states, paired with a stronger potency, is leading to more addiction. Doctors are warning that if used daily, high-potency marijuana can cloud memory, disturb your sleep, intensify anxiety and depression. According to the CDC, about 3 in 10 people who use marijuana have cannabis use disorder. That is when people crave and use pot even when it disrupts their daily life, health, or even their relationships.
Good Day Chicago at 7 starts now.
And breaking down at 7, new video of a person police are searching for related to that deadly teen takeover shooting which happened last Friday. We got new information on what we're also learning about the victim.
President Trump sets his sights on Chicago yet again. We're going to tell you why he is threatening to bring National Guard troops to the city.
And the road to Thanksgiving is a long one. We're tracking the traffic and timing out the best and worst times for you to leave.
And to say it's windy this morning is an understatement. It's going to be blowing in some big changes in the forecast.
All right. Thanks so much for joining us in our 7 o'clock hour as we check in with Mike. We talked about getting on the road. Going to get blown away.
Well, I'm telling you, it is bad out there. The wind's the main story today. There's a little bit of snow coming down, which will look more impressive because of the wind. But the big snowstorm, that's coming on Sunday.
Okay. No, Saturday.
Saturday. What did I just say?
You said Sunday. I'm like,
did it change?
I have been paying attention to you, sir.
Yes, it is Saturday. There could still be a couple snow showers around on Sunday morning. But today, thank you for catching that, Nat. All right, so today it's the wind. And it could gust at times more than 50 miles per hour. Temperatures, we've already had our high for the day. It was 41 back at midnight. Now we're stuck in the 30s. Windy and cold with a few flurries. Some light snow showers around at noon. Gusty and cold, 32 degrees there late this afternoon. It will be windy all day long. These are the current temperatures. 35 at Midway, Gary 37, 33 at Aurora, Woodstock. We've got 35 degrees at Valparaiso. Winds gusting to 52 miles per hour at Gary's Airport. We've got a 43 mph at Midway, about the same at O'Hare and Waukegan. You're knocking on the door to a 50-mile-an-hour wind at Aurora. That's why we have this. It is a wind advisory in effect for all of Chicagoland until 9 o'clock tonight. As I keep stressing, at 9:01, we don't flip a magical switch and the winds stop. It will still be blustery tonight and even on Thanksgiving. More on the Saturday snowstorm coming up in a little bit, Nat and Brian.
Okay, I'm going to check those travel times for you right now. First, let's start with the airports. It looks like we have no cancellations at Midway. I'm tracking 5 at O'Hare, so that's pretty insignificant. We are having, though, some significant issues on some of your metro lines, including Union Pacific Northwest, Heritage Corridor, and Union Pacific West. A few of those trains are stopped or delayed for a variety of reasons, so double check that app if you're going to take one of those into the city today. As far as your travel times go and the interstates, I'm really only seeing one incident on a major route. That is Kingery Highway North between Archer Avenue and Bluff Road. It looks like there's an accident there. So again, that's just Kingery Highway northbound. The southbound lanes are open. Let's check those travel times, shall we? On the Kennedy, coming in from the big airport, 30 minutes. On the Eisenhower, 390 to downtown, 30 minutes. We'll call it 30 minutes as well on the Stevenson, I-355 to the Drive. And on the Dan Ryan, if you're coming in from 95th, it's going to take you 23 minutes.
Well, the roads are going to be jam-packed today as people head out for the Thanksgiving holiday.
Roseanne Tellez, she is all bundled up. She's going to help you plan your trip. She's tracking the best and worst times to hit the road.
Well, if we're talking about the roads, more than 3.6 million Illinoisans will travel at least 50 miles from home today, and today is going to be one of the most congested. AAA says the worst time today to travel will be between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m. So if you're leaving, get up, get out, or you may be better off waiting till after dinner. Add to that a wind advisory, cold, and flurries that could make driving challenging. Now, Sunday between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m., also one of the worst times to hit the road. Nationwide, AAA says 73 million people are traveling by road. That's a whopping 90% of all holiday travelers. Thanksgiving Day will have minimal traffic. That won't be quite as windy. But 1 to 8 p.m. on Friday and Saturday are the busiest times to you'll want to make sure to avoid. Making Saturday even worse, though, you can add snow to the mix in much of the Midwest, and that includes Wisconsin, Illinois, and Michigan. So there's a lot to digest there, but hopefully you'll get a good start and keep your eye on the prize, that wonderful Thanksgiving dinner with family. Happy travels, everyone. Back to you in the studio.
And hopefully everybody gets there safely, right? We are following some breaking news this morning. Chicago police are now looking for a person of interest in connection to the murder at last week's teen takeover. It happened around 10:30 last Friday night along the 100 block of South Dearborn. 14-year-old Armani Floyd was killed. Police are now looking for the person in this photo, seen wearing that purple outfit with a gray hoodie.
This comes as we're learning more about the victim in that shooting. Police say Armani Floyd was among a large group of young people downtown when the shooting happened. McKinley Nelson is the founder of Project Swish. This is a program Armani joined that aims to keep kids off the streets.
It feels deflating, it almost feels like I created these safe spaces to make sure that this doesn't happen, and kids that are still a part of the program on a regular basis, like they still fall victim to this.
Nelson says he remembers promising Armani a new pair of basketball shoes for Christmas. So in honor of that promise, Nelson will give every teen who played with Armani at the Nash Community Center a pair of shoes this holiday season.
The family of a woman in that Blue Line attack on the CTA has launched a GoFundMe to help pay for her recovery. Bethany McGee's family says that she's now being treated for severe burns. A man is accused of setting her on fire last week while on the Blue Line train. Her family says insurance will cover some of her expenses, but McGee has a very long recovery ahead of her. So far, it's raised $133,000. Their goal is to raise $190,000. And President Donald Trump is once again hinting at the possibility of bringing the National Guard to Chicago after what happened on that CTA train.
A man was arrested 72 times. 72 times, think of that. And they'll let him out again. We could make Chicago a safe city in a period of 4 weeks. In a period of 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks, it would be totally safe. And the people of Chicago want us to go there.
President Trump says troops have caused crime to drop in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Memphis, Tennessee. But Governor J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson have called any deployment unconstitutional and cite data that shows violent crime is down from the past year.
A man is charged this morning after allegedly threatening an Illinois state senator. State police arrested 59-year-old Joseph Haggerty. Republican State Senator Andrew Chesney reported the threats to troopers back in September. Haggerty is facing felony charges of threatening a public official.
Actress Tara Reid claims that she was drugged at a Chicago hotel. Reid was in the city for the Chicago Sports Spectacular. An image here shown by TMZ shows her in a wheelchair before eventually being taken out on a stretcher. According to a police report, Reid said that she blacked out after having a drink with a stranger while staying at the DoubleTree Hotel in Rosemont. The report goes on to say that Reid woke up 8 hours later not knowing where she was. Police said that they're now working with the hotel to gather as much information, including video, as possible.
And it's a story you will see only on Fox 32 Chicago. A restaurant greeter in Chicago is attacked. It was all caught on camera. It started last week when a group known only as J Party of Six didn't like the wait time at the local Chili's. When they walked out, Brianne Drew told them, enjoy the rest of your day. She's a single mother, 19 years old, has worked at that Chili's for 2 years, and that is when that family attacked. The 19-year-old believes the group thought she was being sarcastic, but she says she was just following company policy.
At no point did I threaten anyone. At no point did I say that I was going to do anything. I was quiet. They could have just left, but they all decided to come back in and attack me.
She's showing our Tia Ewing some of her injuries there in that clip. Chicago police were called, but by the time officers arrived, the attackers were gone. So they are investigating, and so is Chili's.
Morgan Geyser, who was convicted in the Slender Man stabbing about a decade ago, has agreed to waive extradition. This means she will be moved from Chicago back to Wisconsin. She escaped her group home in Madison, Wisconsin on Saturday after cutting off her monitoring bracelet. Police say that she, along with another person, 43-year-old Chad Mecca, took a Greyhound bus to Chicago. They ended up walking to Posen. Police were tipped off by a call about 2 people loitering at a truck stop there. When officers arrived, they saw 2 people sleeping on the sidewalk. This body camera video shows the encounter.
I did something really wrong.
So Morgan is your first name, right?
Yes.
G-E-Y-S-E-R?
No. Let me say goodbye, please.
Okay, we will.
I will never see her again.
Yeah, you will.
No, I won't.
304.
Officers eventually found out Geyser's identity using fingerprints. Back in 2014, she admitted that she tried to kill her classmate to help please the fictional character Slender Man. Well, time is now 7:09 this morning. Parts of the Midwest got hit with some serious snow on Tuesday. Take a look at this. This is a mess coming out of western Minnesota. It left at least 5 jackknife semi-trucks. Very dangerous out there on the roads. As we check in with Mike, no snow right now, but that's going to change very shortly.
Well, the snow that we do have, it's mainly flurries, but it looks more impressive because of how gusty the winds are out there. It's Saturday, right? Is that the day?
That's right, Mike.
That's
yes.
the day that we're going with.
The amount of times I have to do your job.
Thanks for being there to back me up, Bob.
You got it.
All right, let's talk about the snow that's coming out. We'll go with the radar now. And you do see a few scattered snow showers or flurries crossing the area, so don't be surprised if you see that if you're driving around or walking around out there, maybe making that last-minute stop at the grocery store. This is going to be the kind of day, though, where if you put out your Christmas decorations, you know, nice and early, they're going to get blown around. And it could be, you know, taking that reindeer right off your roof or those nicely hung lights out there. It's going to be rough on them. Take a look at the wind gusts. We have one spot where it's 50-plus, Gary's Airport, but it's 40-plus at many locations, including LaSalle, Peru, Waukegan, O'Hare, Aurora, Midway. That's going to be the sort of day that we have with, I think, more 50-degree gusts in store. With those strong winds, that snow is going to look much more impressive than it would ordinarily if it were just falling down nice and lightly. Gusts to 50, flurries or snow showers. Our high, I put 41 up there because that's what the high was. It will not get that warm again today or anytime soon. In fact, I'll go ahead and show you the 7-day forecast here. We have some real cold air. You think it's cold now? All right, look, we have 32 tomorrow, a dry day for Thanksgiving. Should be good for getting around the area, provided, you know, you bundle up. Friday, for your shopping needs, also just cold, 32. But starting roughly midnight-ish, Friday night into Saturday morning, it's going to snow. And I expect a 6+ across, I think, virtually all of Chicagoland. Some scattered snow showers on Sunday morning. Maybe another little quick hit of some snow on Monday as truly Arctic air moves in. Look at these highs Monday and Tuesday, low 20s, and overnight lows. I'll put the city there around 10, but on that deep snowpack that we're likely to have, we may get down closer to 0. Natalie, back to you.
All right, thank you, Mike. Campbell's Soup executive is in hot water over a rant that we're going to break down next. Much more Good Day Chicago ahead. We're following breaking news this morning. Chicago police are looking for a suspect tied to the teen takeover shooting.
It happened around 10:30 last Friday night along the 100 block of South Dearborn. A 14-year-old boy was killed and another 18-year-old man was wounded. Police are now looking for the person in this photo, seen wearing a purple outfit with a gray hoodie.
Actress Tara Reid claims she was drugged at a Chicago hotel. These images shared by TMZ show her in a wheelchair before being taken out on a stretcher. According to a police report, Reid said she blacked out after having a drink with a stranger while staying at the DoubleTree Hotel in Rosemont. Police say they're working with the hotel to gather video.
President Donald Trump is once again hinting at the possibility of bringing the National Guard to Chicago. This comes after a woman was set on fire on a CTA train last week. The president says troops have caused crime to drop in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Memphis. But Governor J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson have called any deployment unconstitutional. But FBI is scheduling interviews with these 6 Democratic lawmakers featured in a video telling U.S. troops to defy what they refer to as illegal orders.
This is the video right here. The FBI's involvement comes just one day after the Pentagon launched an investigation into Senator Mark Kelly featured in the video. President Trump accused the lawmakers of sedition, punishable by death.
You can't have a functioning military if there's disorder and chaos within the ranks, and that's what these Democrat members were encouraging.
Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin, one of the lawmakers as well in the video, she calls the FBI's actions a scare tactic.
To be honest, the president's reaction and the use of the FBI against us is exactly why we made the video. He believes in using the federal government against his perceived adversaries.
All 6 of the lawmakers in the video have served in the military or intelligence community.
This morning, the Kremlin confirms U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will be visiting Moscow next week. It comes amid efforts to secure a deal to end the nearly 4-year war between Russia and Ukraine. An advisor of Russian President Vladimir Putin insists that they still have not seen a U.S. proposal, even though representatives from the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine held talks in Abu Dhabi earlier this week.
Controversy at Campbell's Soup after an executive reportedly made offensive comments about the company's food, customers, and employees. A lawsuit filed by a former employee claims Campbell's Vice President Martin Bally belittled Campbell's Soup ingredients during a secretly recorded meeting. It allegedly catches him saying the products were made for, quote, poor people. He's also accused of making derogatory comments about Indian co-workers. A spokesperson said they're investigating and the executive has been placed on leave.
4 more people have been arrested in connection to last month's high-profile heist at the Louvre. Paris prosecutors say the 2 men and 2 women are between the ages of 31 and 50 years old. Right now, there's no word on the specific roles that these people allegedly played in the heist. The $102 million in jewels have still not been recovered.
A missing high school football coach in Virginia is a wanted fugitive. 46-year-old Travis Turner is accused of 5 counts of child pornography and 5 counts of using a computer to solicit a minor. Turner disappeared last Thursday, right in the middle of his team's undefeated season. State police have launched a full-scale search using drones, canines, and ground teams to track him down. Investigators say more charges are coming.
The NFL is suspending Carolina Panthers safety Trayvon Moehrig for 1 game. This follows this altercation on Monday night. That video shows him punching a 49ers player in the groin. That did lead to a scuffle after the game. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan calls it a cheap shot. Moehrig is now appealing that suspension.
7:19, and we want to send it over to Mike Kaplan. Mike, the skies look a little less gray today, I will say, and we don't have that overhead fog, but we've got the wind.
Yeah, we do, and it is going to be mainly cloudy with a couple of snow showers. I'm just thinking, though, who is getting the screenplay rights to this Louvre heist? This just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
It'll be a Netflix movie by next week.
Man, amazing it takes that long to turn it around, right? All right, the snow that you might be seeing out there now has nothing to do with the big storm that's on the way Saturday. This is the southern extension of a bigger snow system for Wisconsin, Minnesota, and particularly the upper peninsula of Michigan. But you can see a couple of flurries or a snow shower even right now. That'll be the case throughout the day today. And because these winds are really gusty, that little light snow that would ordinarily be kind of a yawner looks a little bit more impressive. We've got 52-mile-an-hour wind gusts now at Gary, 49 at Aurora's airport. We got a 41, I wish these were temperatures, 41 mph at O'Hare, and that's why we have a wind advisory in effect for the entire Chicago area until 9 p.m. But it's going to stay windy even tonight. 41 was our high. The rest of the day, temperatures are going nowhere. In fact, the temperature that we have right now may be the warmest temperature that we have for the next week and a half. Right now, west winds 25 to 45, and watch out for a few flurries or snow showers. The bigger storm, it's a Saturday deal, really calendar day Saturday, which starts at midnight. And that's about the time I think the snow is going to arrive. We're quiet but cold tomorrow and Friday. Friday will be a sunnier day than tomorrow. Tomorrow's still windy, not as windy as today. But there's your snowstorm. Right now, I think it's a solid 6-inch storm for pretty much all of Chicagoland. There will be travel implications. You know, usually you get snow on a weekend, it's not that big of a deal, but because a lot of you are going to be traveling around, it could be a kind of a nightmare. Some snow showers Sunday and Monday, but look at these temperatures. Wow. Deep freeze time early next week. Natalie, speaking of travel times, how are we looking early this morning?
Well, not too shabby. I'm going to go over those times in just a moment. I am also tracking your airports this morning. We are seeing no significant delays out at either of the airports. Right now at O'Hare, we have about 5 cancellations, 0 at Midway, so we're looking good there. Big problems on the Metro this morning, though, specifically the Union Pacific lines. Union Pacific Northwest, Union Pacific North, and Union Pacific West. We've got a few trains that are either not operating or running behind schedule. So if you take that line, double check the app. The other issue is on Kingery Highway northbound, right between Archer Avenue and Bluff Road. That area is closed due to an earlier accident. No problems on your L trains. Let's check those travel times. On the Kennedy, if you're coming inbound from the big airport, 30 minutes. On the Eisenhower, 390 to downtown, 27 minutes. Stevenson, I-355 to the Drive, 27 minutes. And on the Dan Ryan, coming in from 95th, just 20 minutes. So we're seeing travel times that are not as significant as they typically are. Pretty light this morning. We'll be right back. A viral video is prompting change on Capitol Hill. This is a story Fox 32 has been following very closely. Mercedes Wells gave birth to her fourth child just minutes after she was forced to leave the hospital. She was in her vehicle on the side of the road with her husband by her side when she had that baby. Now, Illinois Congresswoman Robin Kelly is proposing legislation to ensure that does not happen to anyone else. The Wells Act would require any hospital that provides obstetric, emergency, or labor and delivery services to have a plan before discharging a patient who presents signs or symptoms of labor. The Wells Act also mandates racial bias training for healthcare professionals.
After being kicked out of the hospital, begging to stay but still being pushed away was hurtful, disgraceful. I felt unheard. I felt ignored. I felt treated less than human.
It's clear that Mercedes' story isn't an isolated incident. This is not a Franciscan health problem, but rather a systemic issue. Our healthcare system is broken. Black women across the country are suffering and dying.
Franciscan Health has fired a doctor and a nurse who were involved with Wells's discharge. But as for baby Alina, she is doing just fine.
A big donation to help address food hunger in our communities. On Tuesday, Chicago area Chick-fil-A owners presented a $25,000 check to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. Pantry says the timing was very key due to the recent pause in SNAP benefits as well as rising costs.
Everything is more expensive for our families right now. Grocery costs are going up, rent is going up, and the dollar just isn't going as far. And that's why we're so grateful to have partners to help us stand with those families.
The Chick-fil-A owners also made a $25,000 donation to the Northern Illinois Food Bank. Time now at 7:27. Checking in with Mike for a look at that forecast.
It is cold. It is windy. A little bit of snow out there now. The big snow is Saturday. I've got the full 7-day forecast in all its chilling glory coming up.
Hey, welcome back to Good Day Chicago. It's now 7:30.
Thanks so much for joining us. Here's a look at some of the morning headlines we are following, including some breaking news. Chicago police are looking for a suspect tied to the teen takeover shooting. It happened around 10:30 last Friday night along the 100 block of South Dearborn. A 14-year-old boy was killed and another 18-year-old man was wounded. Police are now looking for the person of interest in this photo. He is seen wearing a purple outfit with a gray hoodie.
The family of the woman in the Blue Line attack has launched a GoFundMe to help pay for her recovery. Bethany McGee's family says she is being treated for severe burns. A man is accused of setting her on fire last week while she was on a train. Her family says insurance will cover some of her expenses, but McGee has a very long recovery ahead. So far, that GoFundMe has raised $133,000. They are looking to raise $190,000.
President Donald Trump is once again hinting at the possibility of bringing the National Guard to Chicago. It comes after a woman was set on fire on the CTA train last week. The president says troops have caused crime to drop in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Memphis, Tennessee. But Governor J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson have called any potential deployment unconstitutional. Well, Thanksgiving traffic is now in high gear.
That's right. Today's one of the busiest days to hit the roads. Roseanne Tejas is going to join us and tell us what she's seeing out there.
Well, if we're talking about the roads, more than 3.6 million Illinoisans will travel at least 50 miles from home today, and today is going to be one of the most congested. AAA says the worst time today to travel will be between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m. So if you're leaving, get up, get out, or you may be better off waiting till after dinner. Add to that a wind advisory, cold, and flurries that could make driving challenging. Now, Sunday between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m., also one of the worst times to hit the road. Nationwide, AAA says 73 million people are traveling by road. That's a whopping 90% of all holiday travelers. Thanksgiving Day will have minimal traffic. That won't be quite as windy. But 1 to 8 p.m. on Friday and Saturday are the busiest times to you'll want to make sure to avoid. Making Saturday even worse, though, you can add snow to the mix in much of the Midwest, and that includes Wisconsin, Illinois, and Michigan. So there's a lot to digest there, but hopefully you'll get a good start and keep your eye on the prize, that wonderful Thanksgiving dinner with family. Happy travels, everyone. Back to you in the studio.
Roads looking good so far, but they will be filled with snow a little bit later on this week as we check in with Mike. It's not snowing hard yet, but it's coming.
Yeah, you know, today the snow that comes down is going to be lightly falling, but it'll be blowing around crazily. So you're going to look like a snow globe at times. But the big storm is a Saturday deal, and I think it's going to snow pretty much all day long Saturday. Can't even rule out a few snow showers on Sunday and Monday. Current temps, not that far above freezing anymore. And what you're looking at now, take a look at these temperatures. Right now, this is warmer than any high I have in the entire 7-day forecast. 34 at the lakefront, Morris, 33 at Woodstock, 35 degrees in Valparaiso. Doesn't feel that mild because we have these winds that are roaring. We've got a 52-mile-an-hour gust right now at Gary. That's the highest wind gust. 49 at Aurora, 40 plus at Waukegan. Look at the 47 mph there at LaSalle, Peru. This is going to be a really windy day today, justifying the wind advisory. And it wouldn't surprise me if we get a high wind warning for part of the area for a portion of the day today, if we start to see those 50 mphs a little bit more widespread. Wind chills, what it feels like if you're out there doing maybe a little bit of last-minute grocery shopping, getting from the car to the store. We've got low 20s, even a few spots in the teens. It's a hats and glove kind of a deal. Roseanne was working it right with that hood and the little fur lining on it. All right, main storm system is to our north. That's where the snow will be heavier. Here, we're on the southern flank of this. If anybody's going to pick up maybe a coating, I'd say Lake and McHenry County, but it's mainly snow in the air that's going to look really impressive. Mike, I thought you said temperatures were in the 30s. Yes, that's true. The high for the day, have to put it up there, was 41 degrees. West winds at 25 to 45 with some gusts in excess of 50. Tonight, snow machine shuts down. Tomorrow, it's just cold and regular windy, not as windy as today. High of only 32. We'll do 32 again on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But Saturday, there's your day for a significant snowstorm. If you have travel plans, it's going to make things difficult here. I expect widespread 6+ inch totals here. We'll be fine-tuning the amounts and the location distribution of that snow as we get closer to the event. Still brutally cold Monday and Tuesday. Highs only in the low 20s. I firmly expect to see some lows near zero in the suburbs. We've got a couple of lovely photos. One of them actually is coming from my wife, as you'll see in a little bit. But how about this? There you go, free-range turkey in Valparaiso. You don't know how lucky you are there, turkey. George Tamalunas giving us a look. I can't believe you were able to get that close to that turkey. Boy, they are usually super skittish. Anytime I've seen them in the wild and try and take a photograph of them, they just run away. That is, I think, a pretty tame turkey there. Not a tom turkey, but a tame turkey. Last night, Mrs. C was driving around and she saw this. First of all, she's got hawk eye vision, and in this case, it was owl eye vision. Take a look at the top of that tree. That is a great horned owl in perfect silhouette. We did not hear that, but we have heard them calling to each other. The males and females have like a little love call that they do at night.
And what does that sound like, Mike?
It's a different, well, the female's voice is a little bit higher in pitch, and the hoots come a little bit more quickly spaced in between them.
Huh.
So the male is hoo, 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 and the female's more like, hey, when are you coming home? Oh, no, that's not what now I'm in deep trouble there, but that was a great picture there. All right, thank you for submitting photos. Get them to us with the Fox 32 weather app. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much. And here's a check of those drive times if you're heading in. Oh, maybe we don't have. Let me just tell you, everything is looking great this morning. We'll be right back.
So you only...
The FBI is scheduling interviews with the 6 Democratic lawmakers featured in a video telling U.S. troops to defy what they call illegal orders.
Here's a look at that video. The FBI's involvement comes one day after the Pentagon launched an investigation into Senator Mark Kelly, who was featured in the video. President Trump accused the lawmakers of sedition and said it was punishable by death.
You can't have a functioning military if there's disorder and chaos within the ranks, and that's what these Democrat members were encouraging.
Michigan Senator Elissa Slotkin is one of the lawmakers featured in that video. She calls the FBI's actions a scare tactic.
To be honest, the president's reaction and the use of the FBI against us is exactly why we made the video. He believes in using the federal government against his perceived adversaries.
All 6 of the lawmakers there on your screen and in the video have served either in the military or in the intelligence community.
This morning, the Kremlin confirms U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will visit Moscow next week. It comes amid efforts to secure a deal to end the nearly 4-year war between Russia and Ukraine. An advisor of Russian President Vladimir Putin insists they still have not seen a U.S. proposal, even though representatives from the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine held talks in Abu Dhabi earlier this week.
Well, new this morning, the U.S. government has negotiated lower prices for more than a dozen drugs. That includes both Ozempic and Wegovy. Drugs that help disease, including asthma, cancer, and diabetes, could see anywhere from a 38 to an 85% price reduction. It comes after President Trump announced a deal with Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly earlier this month. The price cuts will only impact Medicare and not private health insurance plans.
Visiting national parks is about to get much more expensive for international tourists. New this morning, the Department of Interior is announcing that on January 1st, non-residents without an annual pass will pay a $100 per person fee. That is on top of the regular entrance fee. The agency says the pricing ensures foreign tourists pay the right amount to help maintain and improve the parks.
But there's some controversy at Campbell's Soup after an executive reportedly made offensive comments about the company's food, customers, and employees. A lawsuit filed by a former employee claims that Campbell's vice president, Martin Valley, belittled Campbell's Soup ingredients during a secretly recorded meeting. It allegedly catches him saying that the products were, quote, made for poor people. He's also accused of making derogatory comments about Indian coworkers. A spokesperson said that they are currently investigating and that the executive has been placed on leave.
4 more people have been arrested in connection to last month's high-profile heist at the Louvre. Paris prosecutors say the 2 men and 2 women are between 31 and 50 years old. No word on the specific roles these people allegedly had in the heist. The $102 million in jewels that were stolen have not yet been recovered.
Time is now 7:42 on this day before Thanksgiving. Here's a look at what's coming up on Good Day Chicago in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
When you say
We're following some breaking news this morning. Chicago police are looking for a suspect tied to that teen takeover shooting.
This happened around 10:30 last Friday night along the 100 block of South Dearborn. A 14-year-old boy was killed. Another 18-year-old man was wounded. Police are looking for the person in this photo wearing a purple outfit with a gray hoodie.
Actress Terry Reid claims that she was drugged at a Chicago hotel. This image shared by TMZ shows her in a wheelchair before eventually being taken out on a stretcher. According to a police report, Reid said that she blacked out after having a drink with a stranger while staying at the DoubleTree Hotel in Rosemont. Police said that they're currently working with the hotel to gather video.
President Donald Trump once again hinting at the possibility of bringing the National Guard to Chicago after a woman was set on fire on a CTA train last week. Trump says troops have caused crime to plummet in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Memphis, Tennessee. But Governor J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson have called any deployment unconstitutional.
Time is now 7:46. Here's a live look outside. I'm starting to see some droplets. Is that rain or is it snow, though?
You know, near the lake, there could be a little bit of rain mixed in, but for the most part, we're seeing a couple of snow showers and flurries. That proximity to the lake holding temperatures up just a little bit. It's not going to be a lot of precipitation today, but it will look more impressive because of these winds. We've got a wind advisory in effect for the entire Chicago area. It's in effect until 9 o'clock. At 9:01, the winds do not go away. It will stay blustery all night long, and even on Thanksgiving, just won't be as windy as what we have for the next, 12 hours or so. There you see low pressure swirling away here. You get the counterclockwise circulation around that. We're on the southern edge of the snow with this, and while this is not the main event, that's reserved for Saturday, a little appetizer portion of some snow shower activity today, courtesy of that trough of low pressure. Now tonight, it's going to stay windy. Mostly cloudy skies. For Thanksgiving itself, probably opening up with quite a bit of cloud cover, but the farther south you are, maybe you get a little bit more sunshine if you're in Kankakee, Joliet, Manhattan, Yorkville than you do if you're in, say, McHenry or in Mundelein. But it's going to be a dry day tomorrow, but quite cold with a high right around freezing. Tomorrow night into Friday, once again, some cloud cover, but the cloud cover should break up. Friday ends up being a pretty sunny day around here, but oh boy, here it comes just on the edge of your screen. That is the storm system that is going to spread sticking snow here. I think a disruptive snowfall on Saturday. 41 was our high. The rest of the day we're stuck in the 30s, not far from freezing. These winds really mean business. Could see some gusts to 50 plus as we've already seen this morning. Tomorrow, cold turkey, 32 again on Black Friday, and then here's that snowstorm. Right now I'm thinking a widespread 6+ for Chicagoland. Some scattered snow showers Sunday and Monday. Look at this Arctic air coming in here. You think it's cold this weekend? Wait till you see highs only in the 20s Monday and Tuesday, and probably going to see single-digit lows in the suburbs. Natalie?
You know what? I don't want to see it, Mike, so just stand right in front of those numbers, please. Thank you so much. A big donation to help address hunger in our community. On Tuesday, Chicago area Chick-fil-A owners presented a $25,000 check to the Greater Chicago Food Depository. The pantry says the timing was key due to the recent pause in SNAP benefits and rising costs.
Everything is more expensive for our families right now. Grocery costs are going up, rent is going up, and the dollar just isn't going as far. And that's why we're so grateful to have partners to help us stand with those families.
The Chick-fil-A owners also made a $25,000 donation to the Northern Illinois Food Bank.
The shops at the North Bridge have become what is being dubbed Chicago's sweetest skyline. The city's landmarks, all crafted in gingerbread and a one-of-a-kind 2D immersive holiday experience. It's also live music and sweet treat keepsake for you spending your time on the Magnificent Mile.
Oberweis and the Joffrey Ballet teaming up for a new ice cream flavor to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the Nutcracker by the ballet. It is Nutcracker Peppermint Swirl. The flavor includes a sweet sugar cookie ice cream with a crimson peppermint ribbon. It'll be available at Oberweis and select grocery stores, as well as the Lyric Opera House during performances of the Nutcracker. That runs from December 5th through the 28th.
Well, here's an idea for Thanksgiving. Instead of a turkey dinner, maybe consider adopting one. Animal sanctuaries across the country are giving people the chance to sponsor turkeys. The money helps gobble up health care, social care, and food costs. Lynette Cook works at an animal sanctuary in Erie, Colorado. She says a lot of people are unaware just how smart turkeys are.
They are capable of creating those bonds of friendship with human beings, with each other, with other species. And I think it's important that we recognize that.
Well, since the start of the Sanctuaries program back in 2022, sponsorships have doubled each year.
One of the most highly anticipated final seasons of television ever premieres later tonight. And Jake was the only reporter in Chicago to talk with the entire cast of Stranger Things.
Yeah, I'm excited. I've seen the first 3, and let me tell you, a lot of people have a lot of excitement coming their way a little bit later tonight. So part 1, which is the first 4 episodes of the 5th and final season of Stranger Things, drops tonight, and things are about to get intense.
He knows where we are.
Watch out!
Boom.
Time's up.
We gotta go.
Do it.
Oh my God! It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. We're not gonna make it.
I got it.
Had the chance to chat with the entire cast, including stars Millie Bobby Brown and Noah Schnapp, who've been playing these roles for 10 years. And yeah, there are some things that their characters do that they're kind of starting to run out of ways to get creative with.
Guys, this is a real honor for me. I appreciate you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Guys, this is genuinely an honor. Thank you guys for taking the time. I appreciate you.
I feel like I've seen you over the past years, and it's always fun.
I feel like it's the same, honestly.
Yeah.
Guys, this is an honor for me. Thank you for taking the time. I appreciate you.
Thanks for being here.
More than anyone else on the show, you guys have these physical acts that are synonymous with your characters. Obviously, 11 has, and then Will has kind of yeah. And I'd love to know, at what point over 5 seasons, because I know obviously you want to kind of do it different every time. At what point do you go, there is no possible different way I can do this? Like, I've run out of different ways I can do this.
It actually happened to me this year, or this season. I thought, do I throw a little kick? I don't know.
Wait.
Actually, it was
the arm with the kick?
No, I was like, could it be a kick? And everyone was like, Millie, you've gone insane. It's been 10 years. Don't kick. And I'm like, but what if it is? And they're like, stop pitching it. It's not working. So yeah, 100. You're not wrong, Jake. It's actually, you start to go
A little insane.
Yeah, a little bit insane. Like, what else can I do here?
This with a kick.
I never considered.
This with a jazz hand. I love this. Let's reshoot it.
Best season ever.
Yeah.
To that point, because I love that you guys did that, what is the expiration on people asking you to do the things? Have we passed it?
We've passed it, yeah.
I mean, I don't think anyone comes up to me and is like, do the goosey. Like, I wouldn't say it's the 11 stare on that.
That's what that's called. No, I mean, don't.
But what is the expiration? I mean, there is no expiration on the 11th stare. That will live forever. That is like the iconic part of our
doing
show.
it honestly stopped a long time ago when I heard the phrase, I'm not a performing monkey. I thought, I resonate with that. I'm going to stop doing it. But it's only because I just feel like I only want to do it when it's my character. It feels so silly when I'm Millie in like a ball gown and I'm like, it just doesn't hit the same, you know?
Yeah.
And also when that check clears.
Yeah, period, Jake.
I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to get that Stranger Things money. We're going to have more from the cast of Stranger Things coming up in the next hour of Good Day Chicago. The final season of Stranger Things is going to be 8 episodes total. The first 4 drop tonight at 7 p.m. The next 3 will be on Christmas Day. And the 2-hour series finale will drop on Netflix on New Year's Eve and in theaters. So if you want to end it on the big screen, you can do it that way.
I love your relationship with them, Jake.
I mean, we've been going back.
You've grown up with them, basically.
Yeah. It's so funny. I interviewed them for the first season, and Finn, who sort of said at the beginning, I think he was about like this on me.
He came up to your
hip. And now he's about 1.5 feet taller than me. So not a big fan of that.
You're right.
It also means if they've gotten older, then it means I've gotten older. And
No.
Don't love
but
that.
you don't look any different, Jake.
No, it's all, you're only saying it because it's true.
Well, yep. All right. Plenty more Good Day Chicago ahead. Keep it right here.
I'm Richard.
Some Boar's Head food items are being recalled because they could be contaminated with listeria. The company says some of its Romano cheese could contain listeria. That cheese was sold under the Boar's Head brand. That recall includes cheese sold in 6-ounce containers. The two prepackaged deli items under the recall are the Everroast Chicken Caesar Salad and the Chicken Caesar Wrap. Boar's Head dealt with a similar listeria outbreak before.
Despite ongoing financial concerns, Americans are still planning to spend big during Black Friday and Cyber Monday. According to a recent survey, shoppers are expected to spend a combined $80 billion during those 2 days. However, people looking for bargains may have a harder time this year. Retailers have been dropping deals early. Experts say tariffs have also contributed to fluctuating prices and uncertainty.
Dick's Sporting Goods will close a number of its Foot Locker stores after recently acquiring the sneaker company. Right now, it's unclear exactly how many stores will close. The company says that the closures are part of a restructuring plan so Foot Locker doesn't drag down its profits.
Doctors say the commercialization of recreational marijuana in many states, paired with stronger potency, is leading to more addiction. Doctors are warning that if used daily, high-potency marijuana can cloud memory, disturb sleep, and intensify anxiety and depression. According to the CDC, about 3 in 10 people who use marijuana have cannabis use disorder. That's when people crave and use pot, even when it disrupts their daily life, health, or relationships.
A new study says that sleep apnea, if left untreated, could double a person's odds of developing Parkinson's disease. Researchers followed 11 million U.S. veterans and found that the Parkinson's risk nearly doubled if they were diagnosed with the condition but didn't use a CPAP machine to control it. The team says years of inadequate oxygen flow to the brain could explain the connection to Parkinson's.
Good Day Chicago at 8 starts now.
Right at 8, right now at 8, police are searching for a person of interest in the deadly teen takeover shooting.
Plus, we're in for a huge travel day. We're tracking the roads and what you need to know before getting to your Thanksgiving destination.
And let's take you live outside. This is the situation right now. We've got some drizzle out there and extremely high winds.
We check in with Caitlin. It looks like a mix of snow and rain, depending on where you are.
Yeah, and the winds. Did you feel it this morning driving?
Very much so.
Your car shifting around a little bit, maybe?
Both got the wind when the garage went up this morning.
Yes, it is going to be a gusty day. We could see winds around 50 miles per hour possible. Temperatures outside are ranging in the 30s. It is around freezing in DeKalb, 32, 33 in Aurora, as well as O'Hare, 34 at the lakefront, 36 in Gary. So these winds are going to make a huge difference with how you should prepare before you step out the door because the wind chill, of course. Look at these wind speeds right now, gusting to 43 miles per hour at Midway, 57 in Gary, 38 miles per hour in Waukegan, 39 at LaSalle, 44 in Morris. And with that, a wind advisory is in place and through until 9 p.m. for all of us in Chicagoland. So the wind is going to stay strong throughout the entire day. Here's your next 12 hours for the wind chill. What it feels like outside, the teens. That's going to continue not only this morning, but through the afternoon and this evening because of the wind and the cold temperatures. We'll take a look at that precipitation that Brian was talking about in just a few minutes.
Well, Chicago police are looking for a person of interest in connection to the murder at last week's teen takeover. It happened around 10:30 last Friday night along the 100 block of South Dearborn. 14-year-old Armani Floyd was killed. Police are now looking for the person in this photo who you can see there wearing a purple outfit with a gray hoodie.
And this comes as we're learning more about Armani. Police say he was among a large group of young people downtown when the shooting happened. McKinley Nelson is the founder of Project Swish. This is a program that Armani joined that aims to keep kids off the streets.
It feels deflating, you know, it almost feels like I created these safe spaces to make sure that this doesn't happen, and kids that are still a part of the program on a regular basis, like they still fall victim to this.
Nelson says he remembers promising Armani a new pair of basketball shoes for Christmas. So in honor of that promise, Nelson will give every teen who played with Armani at the Nash Community Center a pair of shoes this holiday season. The family of the woman in the Blue Line attack has launched a GoFundMe to help pay for her recovery. Bethany McGee's family says she is being treated for severe burns. A man is accused of setting her on fire last week while she was on a train. Her family says insurance will cover some of those expenses, but McGee has a very long recovery ahead of her. So far, that GoFundMe has raised $133,000. They are looking to raise $190,000.
President Donald Trump is once again hinting at the possibility of bringing the National Guard to Chicago following that attack on the CTA.
A man was arrested 72 times. 72 times, think of that. And they'll let him out again. We could make Chicago a safe city in a period of 4 weeks. In a period of 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks, it would be totally safe. And the people of Chicago want us to go there.
Trump says troops have caused crime to drop in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Memphis. But Governor J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson have called any potential deployment unconstitutional. And they cite data that shows violent crime is down from the past year. Well, the FBI is scheduling interviews with the 6 Democratic lawmakers featured in a video telling U.S. troops to defy what they refer to as illegal orders.
This is the video. The FBI's involvement comes one day after the Pentagon launched an investigation into Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, featured in the video. President Trump accused the lawmakers of sedition punishable by death.
You can't have a functioning military if there's disorder and chaos within the ranks, and that's what these Democrat members were encouraging.
Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin is one of the lawmakers in the video. She calls the FBI's actions a scare tactic.
To be honest, the president's reaction and the use of the FBI against us is exactly why we made the video. He believes in using the federal government against his perceived adversaries.
All 6 of the lawmakers in the video have served in the military or intelligence community.
This morning, the Kremlin confirms U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will be in Moscow to visit next week. It comes amid efforts to secure a deal to end the nearly 4-year war between Russia and Ukraine. An advisor of Russian President Vladimir Putin insists that they still have not seen a U.S. proposal, even though representatives from the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine held talks in Abu Dhabi earlier this week.
A man is charged this morning after allegedly threatening an Illinois state senator. State police arrested 59-year-old Joseph Haggerty. Republican State Senator Andrew Chesney reported threats to state troopers back in September. Haggerty is facing felony charges of threatening a public official.
Actress Tara Reid claims that she was drugged at a Chicago hotel. Reid was in the city for the Chicago Sports Spectacular. An image shared by TMZ shows her in a wheelchair before eventually being taken out on a stretcher. According to a police report, Reid said that she blacked out after having a drink with a stranger while she was staying at the DoubleTree Hotel in Rosemont. The report goes on to say that Reid woke up 8 hours later, not knowing where she was. Police said that they're currently working with the hotel to gather as much information and video as possible.
Well, this is a story you will see only on Fox Chicago. A restaurant greeter in Chicago at Chili's is attacked, and it was caught on camera. It started last week when a group known only as J Party of 6 didn't like the wait time. When they walked out, that employee told them, "Enjoy the rest of your day." And that's when they attacked. The 19-year-old believes the group thought she was being sarcastic, but she says she was just following company policy.
At no point did I threaten anyone. At no point did I say that I was going to do anything. I was quiet. They could have just left, but they came. They all decided to come back in and attack me.
And that young woman showing Artia Ewing her injuries, as you just heard from her there. Chicago police were called, but by the time that officers arrived, the attackers were gone. So they are now investigating, and so is Chili's.
Taking a live look right now, thousands of people are getting ready to hit the roads for Thanksgiving. Doesn't look too busy from this angle, at least not yet.
No, it looks great, doesn't it, Brian? But before you go, Roseanne is tracking the best time to hop in the car.
Well, if we're talking about the roads, more than 3.6 million Illinoisans will travel at least 50 miles from home today, and today is going to be one of the most congested. AAA says the worst time today to travel will be between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m. So if you're leaving, get up, get out, or you may be better off waiting till after dinner. Add to that a wind advisory, cold, and flurries that could make driving challenging. Now, Sunday between 11 a.m. and 8 p.m., also one of the worst times to hit the road. Nationwide, AAA says 73 million people are traveling by road. That's a whopping 90% of all holiday travelers. Thanksgiving Day will have minimal traffic. That won't be quite as windy, but 1 to 8 p.m. on Friday and Saturday are the busiest times to you'll want to make sure to avoid. Making Saturday even worse, though, you can add snow to the mix in much of the Midwest, and that includes Wisconsin, Illinois, and Michigan. So there's a lot to digest there, but hopefully you'll get a good start and keep your eye on the prize, that wonderful Thanksgiving dinner with family. Happy travels, everyone. Back to you in the studio.
As you can see in that shot, Rosanna's bundled up because it is cold out there,
It's very cold. And looking at that traffic, think about those high-profile vehicles today. I know even driving in this morning, I kind of avoided them a little bit. Got to be careful. It's very windy outside, but also cold. To your point, Brian, the wind is going to make it feel like we could be in the teens throughout the day today. So that wind chill is going to be brutal today. Looking at our satellite radar, we have a little bit of precipitation to talk about as well. Some light snow flurries coming down, even a little bit of drizzle mixing in too. So you can see it's widely scattered, light blue, indicating where we have a little bit of wet weather. And when I say a little bit, I mean your windshield wiper will be going when you're driving through this touch of light snow, light drizzle out there. Temperatures right now are ranging in the 30s. Some of us at freezing, like in DeKalb, it's 32 degrees, 33 in Aurora, as well as O'Hare, 34 at the lakefront. Northwest Indiana, temperatures for you are in the mid to upper 30s, but these wind speeds, I'm seeing 57 mile-per-hour wind gusts in Gary, 43 at Midway, 39 at O'Hare, 38 in Waukegan. If you didn't bring in your Christmas decorations that are not really tacked down, make sure you do that today, because otherwise they will be down the street with these winds. The gusts stay elevated all the way through this afternoon. And then into this evening, finally things start to calm down. We're talking about gusts still around 30 to 35 miles per hour as we get into your Thanksgiving. So tomorrow it is going to be calmer, but still going to be gusty and very cold. Temperatures tomorrow reaching the low 30s as the actual high temperature. Tomorrow morning, we're talking about turkey trots. It's going to feel like you could be in the single digits out there, so make sure you dress warm. And again, it is still going to be a touch gusty. 70 forecast, we have more to talk about, believe it or not. Friday, a cold day at 32. Then we have the chance for snowfall, and accumulating snowfall is expected this weekend, especially on Saturday. Sunday, a little rain snow mix possible in the morning. But look at these highs staying in the low 30s. And then next week we kick off with the 20s. So cold air is here to stay. Chicago.
Thank you, Caitlin. This holiday season probably puts you in a season of gratitude. And this morning we are talking to an organization that is all about showing that appreciation to our nation's heroes. That is just ahead.
Plus, we got more news, weather, and traffic on the way, but make sure to take a look at your 7-day forecast. We got a lot of snow coming this weekend.
Dad, it's really cold in here.
Yeah, I think the furnace is out again.
Dad, the toilet's backed up again. Dad, power's out downstairs.
Great. Heating, plumbing, electrical all at once.
Lucky us. Dad, just call Four Seasons. They can fix everything. Your trusted local experts.
Whether it's heating, plumbing, or electric, call your trusted local experts at Four Seasons today.
For all the right reasons, call 866-4 Seasons.
This morning, Chicago police are looking for a person of interest tied to that teen takeover shooting.
It happened around 10:30 last Friday night along the 100 block of South Dearborn. A 14-year-old boy was killed and another 18-year-old man was wounded. Police are now looking for the person of interest who is seen in this photo wearing a purple outfit with a gray hoodie.
Actress Tara Reid claims she was drugged at a Chicago hotel. These images shared by TMZ show her in a wheelchair before being taken out on a stretcher. According to a police report, Reid said she blacked out after having a drink with a stranger while staying at the DoubleTree Hotel in Rosemont. Police say they're working with the hotel to gather video.
President Donald Trump is once again hinting at the possibility of bringing the National Guard to Chicago after a woman was set on fire on a CTA training last week. Trump says troops have caused crime to drop in cities like Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Memphis, Tennessee. But Governor J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson have called any deployment unconstitutional.
8:14, and we want to send it over to Caitlin Cody if you're looking to hit the roads today or the friendly skies.
Ooh, it's going to be very windy, so maybe a bumpy ride. We do have gusts above 50 miles per hour already happening. Cold air is settling in, and we even have a little bit of light snow coming down this morning. So let's talk about these weather headlines because Thanksgiving being tomorrow, I'm sure many of you are going to be traveling. So let's break it down. First of all, talking about the wind, because you probably heard it howling outside last night into this morning. 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts possible not only this morning but through the afternoon. We're going to have those elevated winds making it feel like it could be in the teens. So a very cold day ahead. A dry Thanksgiving, at least we have that. Sunny skies will return, but it's going to be very cold on Thanksgiving. Temperatures only reaching the low 30s. And tomorrow morning, it's going to feel like we could be in the single digits. Then we get to the weekend. Okay, so Thursday and Friday, quiet generally. It's going to be sunny and dry, a little bit gusty tomorrow. Cold. But then this weekend, we have the chance for accumulating snowfall. We expect accumulating snowfall Friday night and Saturday. Into Sunday early, we could see a rain-snow mix. So more wet weather is on the way this weekend, which could add to travel complications. Satellite radar this morning shows the blanket of clouds that we still have out there and that scattered light snow coming down for most of Chicagoland. Don't be surprised if you see a few snowflakes mixing in with some drizzle perhaps. Today, well, this afternoon, temperatures are going to be dropping down into the 30s. That's where we're going to stay. We're already down there. But with these winds, it's going to feel like we could be in the teens. So again, gusty conditions really our main headline for today. But we also have that chance for some light snow. Here's your next 48 hours. These temperatures really aren't budging. You can see we're staying in the low 30s through today and then into tonight, dropping down into the 20s. Mid to upper 20s are expected. Then tomorrow, more sunshine and temperatures only back to about freezing. So it is going to be a very cold couple of days ahead. We'll show you that 7-day forecast coming up. Brian.
'Tis the season of giving thanks, and some of the people who deserve our gratitude are those who made the ultimate sacrifice. This morning, Lieutenant Colonel Constantine Sukatos and Michelle Barnett are here to talk about how you can show that appreciation with Reefs Across America. Good morning to you both, and thanks for being here.
Good morning. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
First, tell us a little bit about Reef Day and what makes this day so important.
Wreaths Across America is an event that most people are probably familiar with, Arlington National Cemetery and seeing the wreaths across with all the headstones, but that happens at over 5,000 cemeteries across the country. And it's a way of showing appreciation and remembering our veterans who are laid to rest. It's a day that's very important to families. We always receive messages from families how much they appreciate that it's an event that takes place.
Colonel, what do you think that this means to you personally?
Personally, you know, we honor our fellow service members. And if you had a chance to go to either Arlington, I've been stationed in D.C., and Arlington's a very, very humbling experience. And to see those wreaths there in the wintertime, sometimes with the snow, you've probably seen some photos. It's very, very somber, and it's a great tribute. Here we have Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery. You know, I plan on being interred there. And knowing that there's people that honor and recognize the sacrifices that veterans have made is a truly humbling experience.
And you mentioned the Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery here. If somebody wants one of their loved ones to receive one of these wreaths, what is the best way for them to go about doing so?
The best way to do that is go to the Wreaths Across America website and find Abraham Lincoln National Cemetery, and you can do a grave-specific wreath placement for your loved one.
And can anybody maybe just sponsor a wreath? Let's say you don't have a family member who's a former service member. How can they maybe contribute to this?
Absolutely, they can donate also. They can do 1 wreath, or you can do 10 wreaths, or as many as you want, and it's always welcome. If the goal is for family members to be able to honor their loved ones, but not everybody has family, and we want to honor everybody out there.
What do you think is the significance of doing this time of year where we're so thankful for so many other things, Colonel?
This time of year, like you said, we are thankful. We've got Thanksgiving in just a few days. The season of Christmas for a lot of people is can be very, very somber when you don't have your loved ones around. And so we have usually about several thousand people in attendance on this year. It's going to be December 13th at 11 o'clock is our ceremony. And we'll have thousands of people. We'll actually have Gold Star families in attendance. And so for them, it is a true blessing, and they are very appreciative of the support and the honor and remembrance we have for their loved ones.
We definitely need that for sure. Somebody maybe is watching at home and wants to donate one of these wreaths. Where can they find that information?
They can go to wreathsacrossamerica.org and donate from there.
All right. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you very much for having us.
And happy early Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving to you as well.
All right. Time is now 8:19. We got much more to come. This day before Thanksgiving, bundle up, Chicago. It's cold out there, and we got the snow on the way. We'll be right back. Time is now 8:22. Live look from Washington, D.C., outside of the White House. And President Trump says that there has been some progress towards ending the war in Ukraine, but his Thanksgiving deadline for a deal may come and go.
Doug Luzader has the latest developments from Washington this morning.
Daylight showing the extent of one of the latest waves of Russian airstrikes on Ukraine. I would like us to finally get some help, some protection, this woman said.
We won't know for a little while, but we're making progress.
President Trump speaking with reporters on his way to Florida last night, saying peace talks have made some headway. Envoys will be meeting with leaders of Ukraine and Russia in the days ahead. And the president made it clear Ukraine will have to make some concessions.
So eventually that's land that over the next couple of months might be gotten by Russia anyway. So do you want to fight and lose another 50, 60,000 people? Or do you want to do something now?
Critics say the administration is favoring Russia.
What we've seen the Trump administration do time and time again is throw the Ukrainian people under the bus and side with Vladimir Putin.
But Ukraine has apparently won some concessions of its own in closed-door talks.
I'm ready to meet with President Trump, and there are sensitive points to discuss.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's open to a deal. For his part, President Trump says it's not yet time for a face-to-face meeting, but his Thanksgiving deadline for a deal is clearly off now.
I don't have a deadline. You know what the deadline for me is? When it's over.
Time is now 8:24 as we're joined now live by Doug Luzader from Washington this morning. So, Doug, one of the major sticking points appears to be requiring Ukraine to give up territory to Russia. So where do these negotiations currently stand?
There is this issue of whether the battle lines stop and kind of freeze, and that's where the division is made here, whether Russia has to cede territory or whether Ukraine has to give some up as well. In the initial framework that they came up with, it did involve Ukraine giving some land to Russia that Russia hadn't even taken over yet. And this was seen by many as a non-starter. We don't know where that issue has really landed in terms of the agreement that they're dealing with now, but this is no doubt part of the ongoing negotiations with both countries.
Doug, obviously, whatever happens here is going to impact Europe in some way, shape, or form. Do we know if any other representatives from other European countries have taken place in these talks or weighed in any way?
Yeah, European nations have been pretty deeply involved in this. You know, we've heard a number of comments from French President Emmanuel Macron, for instance. So, you know, Europe has a keen interest in the outcome of this because this is happening, you know, right at their doorstep. And they're fearful that if Putin is given free rein to go into Ukraine, what comes next?
Doug Luzader live in Washington. Happy Thanksgiving, Doug. We are so thankful for you. Thank you.
All right, that was at 8:25. Speaking of Thanksgiving, a lot of people probably want to get on the roads. How's it looking out there, Caitlin?
Very gusty, very cold, very gusty. We have some light scattered snow around, but things are changing as we head into the weekend. The next couple of days will be quiet. And then this weekend, accumulating snowfall is expected. A full check of your 7-day forecast is coming up. Stay with us.
It's a
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. This is a live look right outside our very own Studio 32 window. This is at the corner of Lake and Michigan, and you can see there is some wet pavement out there this morning. But despite that, volunteers from Levy are coming together this morning to cook some very special Thanksgiving meals.
Our Gabriella Primus joins us live as the team takes over the kitchens at Wright Field. Good morning, Gabriella.
Cold outside. It's going to be hot in the kitchen because, yes, they're prepping this for people all over Chicagoland. 4,000 meals are going to be ready by tomorrow for all the folks out there. We're going to be talking to a special guest here, Chef Robin Rosenberg. You are Vice President for, what is the title?
I'm Vice President, Chef de Cuisine for Levy Restaurants. I've been with the company 30 years.
Wow, 30 years. And you've been also doing this event for many years as well.
Many years. Almost that long.
Almost that long.
29,
you've
30
been
years,
starting it and making a difference for many, many years. Let's talk about what exactly is going to be happening with the turkeys that we see next to you, and you're going to be blessing a lot of people this week.
Oh, we're so excited about it. I love doing this event. It just feels so good to provide for people that are less fortunate than us. You know, we're so lucky that what we have. The turkeys are all done yesterday. And we spent 3 days of prep doing all the food, the dressing, the mashed potatoes, the green beans, the gravy, the cranberries. So today we'll be carving the turkeys and putting them in pans and putting a little turkey stock on them, and then we fire them at 4 in the morning tomorrow and deliver them to the Salvation Army.
So we know that Levy has 40 volunteers that are all working on this. How proud are you to see all these chefs come together and really make a difference for the community?
Yeah, it's not only chefs, it's a lot of people that work in other areas of our company. I mean, it's everybody. It's fantastic. So for 3 days, I have 40 people helping us prep all this food for 4,000 people.
Wow.
All made fresh, all made from scratch. Old Thanksgiving recipes that really work well.
You know, I have to say, it must be hard, you know, for 30 years to put on an event of this scale. Tell us a little bit about that hard work. Why at first you even decided, hey, you know, this is an initiative that I want to pursue?
Just like I said earlier, it feels so good to provide for people that are less fortunate, and I said we got to do something as a company 30 years ago. So we started, believe it or not, with 200 people, a specific garden mission, and then we evolved to the Salvation Army for the last 10 years. We've been there, and that's when it increased to 4,000. And we do several ways we do it. We feed the homeless. We go to all the areas the homeless congregate, and then we do 1,100 in their gymnasium at the Salvation Army. And to-go meals we do also. So families come in, I'm a family of 5, and we pack up a meal for 5 people.
Wow.
And they take it home and enjoy a fresh cooked hot meal. Traditional Thanksgiving meal with all the condiments and all the accompaniments that go with that meal.
You know, which is such a luxury. Have you ever been able to actually hand off the meal to one of these recipients?
Oh, all the
What
time.
is their face like?
You see them smiling from ear to ear, and you see kids, which really tear me apart, and families that just had a hardship or whatever the case might be, but to see them enjoy the meal and the smile on their face, it makes my whole year. It really does.
It really does. Well, you know what? I hope you get some rest after tomorrow morning once everything's shipped out, that you don't have to cook another Thanksgiving meal for your family, do you?
No, my daughter's cooking.
There you go. Okay, then you get to sit back and relax after helping all these folks. Okay, yeah, Levy Restaurant's doing so much. We're here at Sox Park, and man, it's going to be busy here starting at 9 o'clock when all the chefs get ready. Okay, I'll send it back to you in the studio. We'll have more information on our website, fox32chicago.com. Yeah, it's going to be busy in here.
Yeah, we're going to be rocking in a little while.
Rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
Save me a plate. All right, time is at 8:32 this morning. It is crunch time for everybody cooking at home in preparation for Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow.
And if you still need a little help with that turkey, we are so lucky here in the Chicagoland area because the nationwide Butterball Turkey Talk line originates from our neck of the woods. And Roseanne is live at the Turkey Talk line with one of their experts. Roseanne?
That's right. It all started right here. This kind of turkey, it doesn't come to your table by magic. You need the Turkey Talk line. And I have a couple of moments in history to share. This group of ladies, the very first group
to launch the Turkey Talk Line back in 1981. A couple of other high points when David Letterman called them and opened the floodgates to late-night hosts. Then came, let's see, Turkey Talk by text, Turkey Talk by TikTok. This morning I have Tyler with me, who is a member here of the Turkey Talk hotline, and she's going to tell me a little bit about the calls that they've been getting. We are in the call center. How many, Tyler? Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. We get thousands of calls every holiday season. We open our lines the 1st of November, and we're here through Christmas Eve. So we are helping folks with turkey questions, stuffing questions, anything you can imagine.
Right. So what are the most asked questions?
Really, at the start of the season, it's about how much turkey should I buy. We have calculators on our website to help with that. And then also, it's mainly about how to thaw. And since we are a day out, we hope that turkeys are thawed in the fridge, ready to go.
Well, I tell you, one thing I bet people don't ask about, but what a great idea if we could look at this turkey they have here. I love the garnish. Forget the old parsley. They have like nuts and sage and rosemary, orange slices. It couldn't look more appetizing and beautiful. You were telling me that you're actually not doing the turkey this year at your house.
Well, I'm here, so I have to help everybody else.
And your grandma, you said that is sort of grandma's tradition.
Yes, that is her specialty. She's already at home right now preparing things and watching, of course.
Right. And she's been on the show before, it sounds like.
She's famous.
She's famous. So tell me a little bit about it. Some of the ladies that I showed in this picture just retired recently. You have a wealth of knowledge. How long have some of these people been here?
We have veterans of over 30 years on the talk line. This is our 44th season. I myself have been here 7 years, so we just want to come back and help people. So it's just a beautiful process that people can call, they can text, they can reach us through many different platforms.
It's such a great resource because it's there when you need it. Tell me, what are some of the sillier questions you've received? There has to be some doozies.
So mainly when you're thawing, you want to thaw in the refrigerator or in a cold water bath. And I actually got a call yesterday, and he asked if he could just put the turkey in the shower and keep the shower running the whole time. And I'm like, oh my God, your water bill. So we pivoted, of course.
Yeah, that might be a pretty huge water bill. You'd have to have it in there for hours. Any other silly ones that jump out at you?
Well, a few years ago, I did get a customer call, and they said that their turkey fell out of their trunk and actually rolled down their driveway, and they were a little concerned about the quality of it, if it was still safe to cook. We've definitely had the dog take the turkey off the table, so we've heard it all.
The Christmas story moments, I think, that kind of a thing. So next hour, we're going to talk about tips and show you how to get your turkey brown like this. That's one of the big ones. What other tips are they going to be showing us in the test kitchen?
Well, we definitely are all about food safety, so you really want to have a meat thermometer handy, and then definitely just being prepared, having your roasting times ready, just different things so that food safety is at your priority.
And just quickly, if your turkey is frozen right now, is it too late? If it's frozen right now, what do you do?
It's not too late. We have our cold water method, which you can rapidly defrost your turkey, and it's about 30 minutes per pound.
Not the shower.
Not the shower. But yeah, there is still time, and so we can walk you through those steps.
Okay, great. All of the experts are standing by waiting for your calls here at the Butterball Turkey Hotline. And coming up next hour, I will be in the test kitchen with some more tips and suggestions to make your Thanksgiving a beautiful affair. Okay, back to you guys.
We got Roseanne there. We're in good hands.
That's right. I need Roseanne to come over to my house. Thank you, Roseanne. And if you're traveling tomorrow on Thanksgiving, shouldn't have any issues, right, Caitlin?
Right. It's going to be a little bit windy and cold, but overall quiet. By the way, the dog taking the turkey, my dog would so do that. My golden retriever, he gets up on the counter, you guys. It's unbelievable. Temperatures outside this morning, it's very cold, freezing currently from DeKalb to Aurora, 33 in Morris, as well as at the lakefront, 33 at O'Hare, and temperatures in northwest Indiana in the mid to upper 30s. Today, we're going to be staying in that low to mid 30-degree range through the rest of the afternoon. Wind speeds. This is our #1 headline for today. We have gusts right now at 57 miles per hour in Gary, 44 in Aurora, 46 in Morris, 39 at O'Hare. These winds are going to stay elevated, 50 if not 60 mile per hour wind gusts possible through the day today. So the feel-like temperature, if you have to be outside today, it is going to be brutally cold, dangerously cold, feeling like you could be at 18 degrees currently in Aurora, 19 in Morris, 18 in DeKalb, 20 at the lakefront. Northwest Indiana feeling like it could be around the low to mid-20s right now. So again, temperatures this afternoon are going to be remaining in the low to mid-30s. The clouds are staying put, and we have the chance for a little bit of light snow, especially early. For tonight, temperatures dropping down into the 20s. So again, we're not seeing much variation with these temperatures. And then into tomorrow, back to the low 30s. So we're going to be cold tomorrow. Wind speeds, let's talk about that briefly. As we get into tonight and tomorrow, those winds will slowly start to die down. I'm still talking about winds around 30 to 35 miles per hour at times, though, on Thanksgiving. Here's your futurecast to show that little bit of light snow that we're having right now throughout Chicago. And then tonight, the clouds staying in place, but tomorrow we get some sunshine. It's actually going to be beautiful looking tomorrow, but definitely going to be cold, especially if you're up early. I keep saying this because I know there's turkey trots or hot chocolate runs throughout Chicagoland happening tomorrow morning. It's going to feel like we could be in the single digits, so make sure you layer up. Heading on into Friday, another quiet day before the chance for accumulating snowfall is back Friday night and Saturday, and then a rain-snow mix possible on Sunday. Here are those winds. As mentioned, they're going to be howling throughout the day today and finally tonight into tomorrow. 30 to 35 mile per hour winds are expected. A full check of your 7-day forecast is ahead. It's 8:40. Stay with us.
Welcome back. Time now 8:42 this morning. Here's a look at some of your morning headlines.
Chicago police looking for a suspect tied to the teen takeover shooting. This happened around 10:30 last Friday night along the 100 block of South Dearborn. A 14-year-old boy was killed. Another 18-year-old was wounded. Police are looking for the person in this photo wearing a purple outfit with a gray hoodie.
The family of the woman in that blue line attack on the CTA has launched a GoFundMe to help pay for her recovery. Bethany McGee's family says that she is being treated for severe burns. A man is accused of setting her on fire last week while she was on the train. Her family says that insurance will cover some of her expenses, but McGee has a very long road to recovery ahead of her. So far, they've raised $133,000, but their goal is to raise $190,000.
President Donald Trump once again hinting at the possibility of bringing the National Guard to Chicago after that situation where Bethany McGee was set on fire on a CTA train. Trump says troops have caused crime to plummet in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., and Memphis. But Governor J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson have called any deployment unconstitutional. New this morning, the U.S. government has negotiated lower prices for more than a dozen drugs. That includes Ozempic and Wegovy. Drugs that help diseases including asthma, cancer, and diabetes could see anywhere from a 38 to 85% price reduction. Comes after President Trump announced a deal with Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly earlier this month. The price cuts will only impact Medicare and not private health insurance plans.
Former people have been arrested in connection to last month's high-profile heist at the Louvre. Paris prosecutors say that 2 men and 2 women are between the ages of 31 and 50. Right now, there's no word on what specific roles they allegedly played in the heist, and the $102 million in jewels still has not been recovered.
8:44 now, and we're focusing in on the weather. We know a lot of you are going to be taking off for your Thanksgiving travels today, and Caitlin has a look at what is in store.
It is going to be a very cold and windy day today. Yes, we've got some light scattered snow out there early. And then we get into the next couple of days where we're going to have sunshine before accumulating snowfall is back for us in Chicagoland. So first, let's talk about this morning because it is very windy. And as mentioned, we do have some snow still coming down. So this is the big picture. You can see some scattered light blue throughout Chicagoland. Here's a closer picture from Cook County out to our western counties. I'm talking about DuPage, Lake McHenry, Kankakee, Will, Northwest Indiana. You are getting in on some light scattered snowfall. Most of that is going to happen early today. Temperatures are in the 30s. Right now, we're sitting at 33 degrees at the lakefront and O'Hare, freezing in Aurora and DeKalb, 36 in Gary. But check out these wind speeds. These are the gusts, okay? Gusts today, 50 to 60 miles per hour. So if you didn't bring in your Christmas decorations, you might want to just run outside and grab those really quick because these winds are going to be blowing all day long. Right now, 57-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported in Gary, 40 from Michigan City to Valpo. I'm seeing a 44 there in Aurora, 39 at O'Hare, 40 in DeKalb. So this wind is strong enough, especially if you're traveling north-south. You might feel your vehicle shift around a little bit. Our high wind alert in effect until 9 p.m. just to show you that these winds aren't going anywhere. In fact, tomorrow even we could see gusts around 30 to 35 miles per hour. Now let's talk about the feel-like temperature because with strong winds and cold temperatures, it's going to feel even worse, of course. The feel-like temperature today in the upper teens. Here is your 7-day forecast. So tomorrow, it's Thanksgiving. It's going to be quiet. We have more sunshine on the way. 33 degrees is our high. So it is going to be a cold day. Tonight, lows getting down into the 20s. And then we work our way to Friday where it's going to be another quiet day, but highs right around freezing. Then the chance for accumulating snowfall expected, actually, accumulating snowfall, especially Friday night and Saturday. Rain snow mix expected on Sunday. Highs continue in the 30s through the weekend before the 20s to start off next week. Back to you.
I think you're going to need a lot of shirts to stay warm. Giving back by giving a shirt. The nonprofit Give a Shirt is helping a local organization through art and T-shirts. And here to tell us more are Scott Marvel, the founder of Give a Shirt, and Julie Youngquist, the executive director of Streetwise. You guys are the best. So I worked with you last year. We had such a blast. They reach out to quote unquote local celebrities and artists to design T-shirts for sale, and all the proceeds benefit Streetwise. Scott, I'm going to start with you. For people who aren't familiar with Give a Shirt, how did you decide to found this organization?
10 years ago,
yes,
a guy shaking a cup outside of Starbucks said, I need a little extra cash. I've got a job interview in a couple weeks. I said, I've got a T-shirt company. I can get you some T-shirts. He thought designed T-shirts for him to sell. So he came back to me with a whole range of, here's my sizes for customers. I did that. He sold all the shirts, made a ton of cash. How can we make this bigger?
Yeah.
So 10 years ago, we started Give a Shirt.
And your thought was like, I can help dress you for the job interview, but his thought was like, no, I want to actually maybe start my own little business.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. And so, Julie, how did the two of you meet and decide that this could be a great organization to benefit Streetwise?
Sure. We were connected through a mutual colleague through the Chicago Coalition for the Homeless. Scott and the team, we got together, and it was love at first sight. And then we just started 10 years ago with one pop-up at the Bridge House Museum, and here we are 10 years later, making $650,000 for Streetwise over those last 10 years.
And Streetwise has been such a long-standing operation staple, entrepreneurial enterprise here for the homeless in Chicago. Tell us how Streetwise works.
So individuals who are homeless or at risk of homeless can come into Streetwise and get the opportunity to earn an income with dignity by selling our magazine that we publish each week. So they buy the magazine from us for $1.15 and sell it for $3 plus tips. In addition, at the office, we provide meals, hygiene supplies, clothing, coats this time of year, hats, not as fancy as Scott's hat, but hats nonetheless. And so we have about 150 people who benefit from this each year.
Wonderful. So the shirts are going to be on sale.
They're live now.
They are live. All right, so Scott, give us a peek at some of the new designs this year that people are going to be able to purchase.
Well, the first two are classic designs. We've got Equality by Julio Desir, Pals by Scott Rasmussen. There's a local artist named Natalie Baumke that did this one.
I'm so excited.
And if we throw it to Caitlin, there's going to be some snow.
There will be some snow. So that is the Dibs shirt that I helped design with my neighbor, John Filipkowski, because he is a graphic artist. I couldn't have done it without you, John. I know you're watching. God bless you and your wife, Sharon. Thanks for helping out. And then tell us about the others, Scott.
Well, Chicago would be a much safer town if Cowboy Jeffy was in town. That's by Jeff Tweedy of Wilco.
Yes.
Yeah, he's done designs every year for us. Then The Love Parade by me.
Super cute.
And then Bird Whisker by Tim Sowers. And then your good friend Sarah Gindra from another network did True Unicorn.
That's right. Sarah's the traffic, or was the traffic reporter over at WGN. Now she's hosting her own afternoon show. We grew up best buddies. So I am like so honored that you reached out to me to design a shirt. And so now what can people do to help out the cause?
Buy a shirt. And I think if you see someone on the street, even if you don't have cash, they take Venmo, but just talk to them.
Yeah.
Like, treat them like human beings, see these people. Chicago's a town of neighborhoods, and neighbors help neighbors. And we've shown that throughout many years. So help these people out.
Well, and thank you for, because this is your own like sweat, blood, and tears here.
You've been to the print shop.
I have been to the print shop, and I hear that you actually cried over my design this year because it was a little challenging for you. So we cannot thank you enough for doing this. If people want to order, how long do they have to get their orders in? Let's say they want to make this a Christmas gift. What do you advise?
I don't know the USPS shipping thing or USPS thing, but go today, order a shirt, and we have a special code up. Good Day gets them 20% off.
Good Day gets you 20% off. What is the website, Scott?
Giveashirt.net.
All right. Thank you so much, Scott. Julie, thank you guys for everything you do for our city. We so appreciate you guys. Hey, Jake, what do you got coming up?
Nothing as good as that, but I'll do my best. Coming up, it's one of the most anticipated final seasons in TV history. Fox 32, the only station in town to talk with the stars of Stranger Things.
We have a plan. It's a bit insane.
Yeah, what could go wrong?
No idea, but I think we should find out.
The final season of Stranger Things drops tonight, but before it does, we're going to chat with the cast when Good Day Chicago returns.
going in? I want to see Vecna's heart on a platter.
What the hell just happened?
I have no idea, but I love it. One of the most popular TV series of all times is coming to an end, but before it does, only one station here in Chicago had a chance to speak with the stars. Jake, what you got for us?
Yeah, this is pretty cool. So there are only 8 episodes of Stranger Things left. The 5th and final season of the insanely popular Netflix series drops its first 4 episodes later tonight. The rest will come in the coming weeks. I had the chance to sit down with the entire cast, including stars Millie Bobby Brown and Noah Schnapp, about the 10-year-long journey they've been on together and what advice they would give each other at the beginning of this journey.
I know when you do these press days for projects that you've been a part of for a long time, whether it's a TV series, you get asked a lot, what's the piece of advice you'd give yourself?
Oh, we just ended on that.
I figured that. So I'd like to kind of flip that. What is the piece of advice you'd give the person sitting next to you at the beginning of this journey?
What? Millie has too much advice she needs to give me.
What do you mean, our characters or Noah?
Noah.
Oh.
Where does she start?
Where do I begin? No, honestly, just stay true to who you are. Stay focused on your schoolwork like you do. It will eventually result in you graduating, which is exactly what you want. Yeah, just stay true to who you are and don't be afraid to be who you are. I think I'd say that. I think, like, when you were younger, doing school felt, to both of us, like, where is this getting us? Like, we're acting. Do you know what I mean? Like, what is this even, you know what I mean? It's just, it's a long process. But Noah was so dead, like, out of all of us, I really felt like he was taking 5,000 different classes and tutoring all the time, and now he's in college at one of the best schools in the States. So I think that, you know, that says a lot about his commitment.
Kids stay in school.
Yes, kids stay in school, go to college.
So for Millie, I mean, it's honestly really hard.
Imagine me, shaved head.
No, honestly,
Where am I in the world?
This is such a hard task because Millie just out of the womb had so much. Like, she had so much knowledge and so much charisma and talent. Like, it's hard. But I would just say to, again, stay true to who you are. I mean, you really did.
Stay away from every boy known to man. And then when you're about 18, you'll meet the love of your life.
Keep in touch, reach out. Sometimes you're not the greatest at reaching out. So maybe call once or twice, maybe answer a text a little sooner.
She always answers my text.
He's hella needy, let's just say that. Okay.
But besides that, she's been great.
I love it.
We're going to have more from the stars of Stranger Things coming up in the next hour of Good Day Chicago. Part 1 of the final season drops tonight at 7. That's the first 4. Then the next 3 on Christmas Day. And then the 2-hour series finale drops on New Year's Eve, both on Netflix and in theaters.
We'll be right back. Thank you, Jake.
We have made it to the 9 a.m. hour of Good Day Chicago. Here's a look at what's coming up. We're talking turkey. This morning, Roseanne is live at the Butterball Talk Helpline with Thanksgiving tips and tricks just to make sure things don't go wrong for dinner tomorrow night.
And what wines go best with your Thanksgiving spread?
All of them.
Yes.
We're going to speak with a sommelier who is going to share which bottles will elevate each dish.
Can't wait for that. I mean, you can't wait for that. And we have tree decorating ideas that you can use this weekend. The Tree Slayer is back with us and joining us in studio with unique and sleek displays for your home. So glad we get to see the whole process this year.
Right?
You know,
Cool.
it happened in the hallway last year. We were like, no, people need to see that. It's amazing.
Is that sleek spelled S-L-I-Q-U-E, like unique and sleek? That could be like your new company.
It could be. Give me some ideas. I'll put the trademark on it.
All right, do it.
All right, but right now, Kelly's got the trademark on the snow. That is in the forecast. It's not here yet, but it's on the way.
Activity this morning. The main headline for today is what probably kept you up last night. The wind. It has been so gusty. We've seen winds above 60 miles per hour in Chicagoland this morning. The gusts are going to continue throughout the afternoon too. But talking about the snowfall, as Brian mentioned, we have a few light snow areas out there right now. As we take a closer look at our satellite radar, the blanket of clouds still in place and some spotty light snow showers coming down. This is going to be mostly early today, but the wind, that's not going anywhere throughout the afternoon. Right now, you're stepping out the door to 33 degrees at the lakefront and O'Hare, 36 in Gary, freezing in DeKalb. But of course, it's going to feel even colder than it actually is. Right now, wind gusts are at 59 miles per hour in Gary, 39 at O'Hare, 45 in Aurora, 55 at LaSalle. So the feel-like temperature is actually in the upper teens and low 20s. So it is going to be bitterly cold this morning. And the high winds, as mentioned, they last all day. So our high wind alert is going to be in effect until 9 p.m. with these gusts remaining strong all the way through this evening. So here's your next 48 hours. Again, winds above 50 miles per hour, 50 to 60 mile per hour plus winds possible. And then we get into this evening, and that's when the winds slowly start to die down to 40 to 45 miles per hour. And then tonight and tomorrow, we could see 30 to 35 mile per hour wind gusts on your Thanksgiving day. But Thanksgiving is looking pretty good outside of the wind and the cold. Over the next 12 hours, we're going to feel like we could be in the teens again throughout the afternoon. Dress for the teens. 7-day forecast, 32 on Friday. Dry and quiet, but very cold. And then we expect accumulating snowfall this weekend, starting Friday night and Saturday. And then on Sunday, a rain-snow mix possible. We'll keep you up to date with the numbers we expect for the snowfall. But temperature-wise, we're staying in the low 30s this weekend with the 20s returning early next week. Back to you.
Well, Chicago police are looking for a person of interest in connection to that murder that happened in last week's teen takeover. It happened around 10:30 p.m. last Friday night along the 100 block of South Dearborn. 14-year-old Armani Floyd was killed. Police are now looking for the person in this photo wearing a purple outfit with a gray hoodie.
Wow, that's very clear footage, so hopefully somebody remembers and speaks up. This comes as we are learning more about Armani Floyd, though. Police say that he was among a large group of young people, as you could see in that video before, downtown when the shooting happened. McKinley Nelson is the founder of Project Switch. She does so much great things in the community. It is a program that Armani joined that aims to keep kids off of the streets.
It feels deflating, you know, it almost feels like I created these safe spaces to make sure that this doesn't happen, and kids that are still a part of the program on a regular basis, like they still fall victim to this.
It's sad. Nelson says that he remembers promising Armani a new pair of basketball shoes for Christmas. So, in honor of that promise, Nelson will give every teen who played with Armani at the Nash Community Center a pair of shoes this holiday season. Obviously, you wish that he could be there and that it didn't have to be that way, but a very nice gesture. The family of the woman in the Blue Line attack has launched a GoFundMe to help pay for her recovery. She has a long road ahead. Bethany McGee's family says that she is being treated for severe burns. A man is accused of setting her on fire last week while on the train. Her family says insurance will cover some of her expenses, but McGee has a very long recovery again ahead of her. So it's raised $133,000 of a $190,000 goal so far.
And President Donald Trump is once again hinting at the possibility of bringing the National Guard to Chicago following that attack on the CTA.
A man was arrested 72 times. 72 times, think of that. And they'll let them out again. We could make Chicago a safe city in a period of 4 weeks. In a period of 8 weeks, 9 weeks, 10 weeks, it would be totally safe. And the people of Chicago want us to go there.
The president said troops have caused crime to drop in Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Memphis, Tennessee. But Governor J.B. Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson have called any potential deployment unconstitutional. They cite data that shows that violent crime is actually down over the past year. And the FBI is scheduling interviews with these 6 Democratic lawmakers featured in a video telling U.S. troops to defy what they call illegal orders.
Yeah, so this is the video right here. It's been seen widely. The FBI's involvement comes one day after the Pentagon launched an investigation into Arizona Senator Mark Kelly specifically, who was in the video. President Trump accused the lawmakers of sedition, punishable by death.
You can't have a functioning military if there's disorder and chaos within the ranks, and that's what these Democrat members were encouraging.
Michigan Senator Elisa Slotkin is one of the lawmakers in the video as well. She's a former CIA operative. She calls the FBI's actions a scare tactic.
The president's reaction and the use of the FBI against us is exactly why we made the video. He believes in using the federal government against his perceived adversaries.
All 6 of the lawmakers in the video have served in the military or intelligence community.
And this morning, the Kremlin confirms U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will visit Moscow next week. It comes amid efforts to secure a deal to end the nearly 4-year war between Russia and Ukraine. An advisor of Russian President Vladimir Putin insists that they still have not seen a U.S. proposal, even though representatives from the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine held talks in Abu Dhabi earlier this week.
A man charged this morning after allegedly threatening an Illinois state senator. State police arrested 59-year-old Joseph Haggerty, who you see here. Republican State Senator Andrew Chesney reported the threats to troopers back in September. Haggerty is facing felony charges of threatening a public official.
Actress Tara Reid claims that she was drugged at a Chicago hotel. Reid was in the city for the Chicago Sports Spectacular. This image shared by TMZ shows her in a wheelchair before eventually being taken out on a stretcher. According to a police report, Reid said that she blacked out after having a drink with a stranger while she was staying at the DoubleTree Hotel in Rosemont. The report says Reid woke up 8 hours later not knowing where she was. Police said that they're now working with the hotel to gather as much information and video as possible.
Okay, it's a story that you will see only on Fox Chicago here. A restaurant greeter in Chicago attacked. Whole thing caught on camera. This is it right here. It started last week when a group known only as J Party of 6 didn't like the wait time that they were given. When they walked out, Drew told them, "Enjoy the rest of your day." That's when they attacked. The 19-year-old believes the group thought that she was being sarcastic, but she says that she was just following company policy.
At no point did I threaten anyone. At no point did I say that I was going to do anything. I was quiet. They could have just left, but they came. They all decided to come back in and attack me.
Chicago police were called, but by the time officers arrived, the attackers were gone. They are investigating, and so is Chili's.
All right, it is time to talk turkey with Roseanne, who is buttering up the people at Butterball. We always love going there this time of year. It's that hotline. How are they, helping us all with the turkey troubles?
Well, you gave me an idea, buttering them up. Yeah, I should take one of these home, right? Save myself a lot of trouble. Truth is, my daughter is taking over because I'm one of those people who needs somebody to hold their hand. So luckily, she's taking over. But if you need somebody to hold your hand, Tyler Loringer is one of those people, one of the people here at the Turkey Talk Line, making sure your Thanksgiving looks like this and goes off great. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're talking about cooking this bird, and let's start with defrosting because you better get on that if you haven't done it already.
Yes, so we have 2 safe methods of defrosting your turkey: in the fridge 1 day for every 4 pounds, or in cold water 30 minutes per pound.
Which is probably your option at this point, unless you're getting a tiny bird. And so then next, talk to us a little bit about putting it in the oven, how to get it brown like this.
I know, isn't that beautiful? So mainly what we walk callers through is not to overcomplicate things. Many people call, they want to put these elaborate rubs and injectables, stuffing it, and all of those things are fine and good, but to do a very simple method that's also going to yield this result. It's really about brushing the skin with some oil, doing a simple seasoning, salt, pepper, putting it in the oven.
Okay, so just oil, but I guess the key is, do you not cover it or do you cover it?
So you want to keep it uncovered because that's what's going to give this roasted appearance and flavor. But then about 2/3 of the way through the cooking process, so a few hours in, you can tent the breast meat with some foil.
Okay.
And then that way the thigh meat is going to get up to temperature while the breast meat does not overcook.
Okay, great. And then I know you're all about safety. You don't want to serve anybody something that's going to make them sick. So when do we start taking the temperature and what's the perfect temperature?
Yes, so your meat thermometer is your best friend in the kitchen, your sous chef. And so you want to start taking the temperature towards the end of the roasting time. We have roasting tables on our website. So for about 18-pound turkey, about 3.5 hours is going to be the total roasting time. And you want to take the temperature in the thigh meat here. So it would be like right here, and then in the top of the breast meat. And you want the temperature to reach 170. 165 is food safe, but 170 is optimal.
So what if it's 170 up here, but not yet in the thigh?
And so that's why we say tent the breast meat, so that we can slow down the roasting process of this while still bringing up the thigh meat to temperature.
Right, because the thigh is going to take longer.
It will.
Okay, good tip. Now, what about stuffing? I know some people, swear by stuffing it ahead of time, but others do it after. Does it matter?
So it's actually not food safe to stuff it far in advance. You want to make your stuffing right as you're about to prepare your turkey and then stuff it and put it in the oven. You don't want to make your stuffing the day before and have it sit in the refrigerator overnight. It's actually very unsafe to do that and then put it in the turkey.
Okay, so you want to hold off on that, put the stuffing in when you put it in the oven. Any other tips we need to know to get this to the table looking like that?
It's really about being prepared and having time orientation, making sure you have enough space in your oven. Cooking a lot of things all at once, you're going to complicate things. So I'm really all about a potluck and having many people bring things so that you can really focus on the turkey.
Yeah, that just brings you relief, unless you have, like my daughter, an oven schedule along with, all
she
of
probably
the detailed
called us.
lists. Yeah, possibly. Okay, so we want you to know they are standing by, and you have about, 60 people, you said, taking calls all day?
We have over 50 people here at the talk line. Many of us have worked here for many, many years. This is our 44th season. And so whether you are calling us, texting us, chatting with us, we are able to give you the answers that you need.
They make it easy. You can even text the talk line. So leave it to the experts. Call and get whatever information you need today, and you too can have a beautiful Thanksgiving spread. Back to you guys in the studio.
And I'm taking notes myself. that was a good one. All right, time is now 9:13 this morning. During the holiday season, it's so easy to get caught up in all the hustle and bustle of gift giving and festivities. Sometimes we can neglect our own well-being. So doctors remind us that taking care of yourself needs to be more present and generous with others. Joining me today is cosmetic dentist Dr. Catrice Austin. Good morning, and thanks so much for being here this morning.
I'm so excited to be back in Chi-Town.
Yeah, it's good to be here. So why are people maybe skipping some of those dental checkups, and what are some of the hidden dangers behind making that decision?
Yeah, it's a big decision that people have to make. Job losses, inflation, premiums tripling possibly in the next month or so. So when it comes down to dental care, it's like, oh, maybe I can put that on the back burner, but that is very dangerous because we know that your oral health is tied to your overall health, especially if you have diabetes. This is Diabetes Awareness Month. You're twice as likely to have advanced gum disease and problems. You could have heart problems, brain problems, all kinds of health issues. So don't skip the dentistry. It's so important.
So we know you're supposed to go twice a year, right? Every 6 months. So if somebody skips that 6-month visit, what are some of the costs that they can end up paying even more long term?
Yeah, so a lot of dental problems, you won't be able to tell. We need x-rays. So if we don't see the x-rays, you could have advanced gum disease. And if you have advanced gum disease, you'll need a deep cleaning. And guess what? A deep cleaning can cost $200 per section. So it could cost almost $1,000, where if you brushed and flossed, it would be free. So you could end up needing, you know, a root canal that could be $1,500, crowns, $2,000. It could be very, very costly.
Now, we're speaking of those costs. What if money is kind of tight for somebody? What are some things that maybe they can do at home if they can't afford to make it to the dentist or don't have insurance, just to make sure that they're setting themselves up for success?
I love that question, because that's why I created the Healthy Smile Workout Challenge. Is brush, floss, rinse, scrape your tongue, and be consistent. You can go to my website, vipsmiles.com/challenge, and join it for free, and I will send you how to do these things properly on a daily basis.
Now, this next question was something I wasn't even aware of. A lot of people these days are having stress-related dental damage. What does that look like?
Yeah, we saw it during the pandemic. A lot of people are stressed out with this economy, and they are grinding their teeth. So if you are finding that your teeth are cracking and chipping, you can either fix those with either bonding or upgrade it to like porcelain veneers, or to prevent, you get a night guard, a custom-made piece of plastic that you wear to protect your teeth.
Now, we know this time of year, people's eating patterns may be a little bit different, because we got Thanksgiving, then you got Christmas, then you got New Year's. What are one or two things that people should be keeping in mind in terms of their dental health, knowing that our eating patterns may be indulging a little bit more than we typically do?
I say you can have fun. I like a good cupcake. I like all the bad things, but you're gonna, again, if you can have your fun if you are brushing, flossing, and making sure that you're keeping the sugars off your teeth and the plaque as well.
All right, if somebody's looking for more information, where can I get some more tips?
You can go to vipsmiles.com, and if you're looking for an affordable smile makeover, go to getnear.com.
Trying to get a smile like yours.
Yes, these are porcelain veneers, but you can get them affordably with Near veneers, like $7,000 for the whole mouth.
All right, appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you so much.
All right, coming up, the Chicago Fire Department is hosting some fun community events for a great cause. We'll tell you how you can help support families impacted by cancer.
Welcome back to Good Day Chicago. Taking a live look at the lakefront. The good news is we can see a lot more of that lakefront than we could yesterday. Remember how foggy it was? But it is oh so windy out there, so be careful if you're driving. The Chicago Fire Department is raising money for members and their families impacted by cancer. Their annual Stash Bash is this weekend. Great opportunity for the community to come together and support a meaningful cause. So joining me to talk about all the fun events are firefighters Jenny Yokas and Mike Manchester, and all of their mustached and non-mustached. I don't want to draw any conclusions for the ladies, friends. You guys, thank you for everything you do for our city. When I thought we had the opportunity to get Chicago firefighters and paramedics in here, I'm like, yes, please. So, Jenny, we'll start with you. Tell us about the Stash Bash and then what proceeds go toward.
Okay, the Stash Bash, so this is our, what is it, our ninth year?
Yeah.
It's an event we run to raise money for the Ignite the Spirit Cancer Fund. And as you can see, guys on the job grow out these really great mustaches. And then we judge them and we raise money, and it's a whole party. We have silent auctions, we have raffles, we have a dance party with our DJ Lee Michaels, and it's just a really great night out, and it raises money for a good cause and brings awareness to cancer rising.
When is the big event?
Sunday, November 30th.
All right, you might remember Ignite the Cause, or Ignite the Cause?
Ignite the Spirit.
Ignite the Spirit, because they are the ones that do the annual Chicago Firefighters calendar that I get so excited about here on Good Day Chicago. Mike, I thought it was like a prerequisite for every guy that's a Chicago firefighter to have a mustache, but that's not the case.
Only the elite can grow it.
Okay,
so.
okay. Like the captains and all that business?
Yeah, you know,
yeah.
only the all-stars can grow them, you know.
So how many mustached firefighters do you have participating this year, if you could guess?
Oh, we usually get around, what, 20 to 30, but then we
participate in the contest.
That's a lot.
We weed them out as quickly as we can. We only get the best ones, and then that's when we have the real competition coming in.
And what are the competitions that take place during this one event?
It's a lot of like, they do a lot of like walk-ins with music on, and then they'll put on their little performance.
Oh, they have a performance.
They try to wow the judges and see what happens, and then it's more of a persuasion thing. See what we can do to get them up there.
Do you have any single ladies that come out to this event in hopes of meeting a Chicago firefighter?
Many.
We do.
Yes.
We do.
Yes.
Maybe not so single at the end.
So ladies, you can come out as well, all right?
All right, thank you. Do we have the information about the event? If not, Jenny, tell us about it once again and where people can get tickets.
So tickets are available. We have our Venmo. Stash Bash 1 is the name. You can look that up.
Okay.
Everything goes to Ignite. It's at Old Crow this Sunday.
Okay.
7 to 10 p.m. And then we have an after party down the street at Country Club, and it's a really great time for a really good cause.
Oh, of course it's a good time, because you guys are the best. And then, Mike, apparently there's a world-famous meat raffle, as if you needed more incentive to come out.
I mean, it's a little icing on the cake, if you will.
Yeah.
So it's it kind of coincides with the good cause and the goofiness that comes with it. So it's just like another additive on why not get into a raffle and get some meat.
But what do you win? Like, just
win meat?
You win meat,
I mean,
ribs, sausage, like whatever you name it, we got it.
Okay. All right. And then you're also selling T-shirts as well,
Yes.
Jenny. Tell me about that.
So this year, our T-shirts are in honor of Sherry Holmes. She's a firefighter that passed away, breast cancer, this past year. So the shirts we made this year were to honor her. So we will have them at the event. We're going to do some pop-ups, and we'll put together an online store. Our friend Shel Serban put these together, so
very
they're for
nice
her
to
this
honor
year.
her, for sure.
Yeah.
And again, it's Ignite the Spirit, the Cancer Fund. All the funds go to help firefighter families, right? And firefighters themselves
Yes.
battling cancer. Thank you guys again for everything you do for our city. We love you so much, okay? I know I'm like sharing the love from everybody at home. Anything new this year with the event? Like, what have you learned over years past?
Well, we learned that everybody wants to come, and it's grown every year, more and more and more. It's been, we try to keep picking the biggest place to do it, and we keep running out of room. So that's a positive
Yes.
thing, yeah.
Maybe Fox 32 could play host.
That would be awesome.
Yes, we love the firefighters.
More the merrier.
Yeah, thanks you guys again for coming in. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for having us.
Say happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Hey, Anita. Oh, it's me. All right. The Tree Slayer, getting ready to show you how you can slay the holidays this season. Coming up, some fun ways to decorate your tree. We'll be right back.
Goodman.
All right, everyone, 9:26 right now. Thanks for staying with us here on this Thanksgiving Eve, giving you a live look outside. And yes, the weather is a-changing out there, and it's going to continue over the next several days. So bundle up, you know. We're going from Thanksgiving festivities to Christmas decor, because a lot of people already start putting their trees up, you know. Many of us are preparing to deck the halls and bring a little extra sparkle into our home. So today, we're diving into one of the most beloved traditions of the season, tree decorating. And the tree slayer is here to give us some ways to create that perfect holiday centerpiece. We're so glad to have you back with us.
I'm so happy to be back. Oh my gosh, it feels like home.
Well, it should. This is your second home.
It is,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, you are so talented.
Thank you.
And I know you help so many people out. Those of us who are maybe a little less creative. Most people are less creative than she is. So what are some of the trends that you're seeing and decorating on Christmas trees this year?
So this year, big bowls are back. They were trending last year. They're back this year. A lot of the neutral colors like browns, burgundy, emerald green, like all the neutrals are popping this year.
Okay.
Yes,
All
yes,
right.
yes.
I love it. Tell us what you did here, because we've been watching a little of the behind the scenes. We gave you a few different looks at what she was doing here, but tell us what we have.
So I want to incorporate the trends this year. So we got the big bowls, and we have the color, the burgundy. Just straight down the middle, just to give it that pop. And then on the sides, I just incorporated the gold to give it that wow.
Yeah. And it is wow. Especially, again, seeing it from the beginning,
Yes.
which was same last year. I imagine some folks are going to try to do, like, wicked trees this year or something
I
like
think
that,
so,
too.
yeah. You can, though.
Yeah.
Yes, that would be cool.
Yeah. I couldn't do it, but I imagine you could do it for somebody.
I can do anything.
I believe that. I believe. So what are some of the creative items that you add, you know, to a Christmas tree that maybe people wouldn't even think about?
So I try to tell people, get out of the Christmas aisle. Go to like in the home decor. Like we have mirrors in here that you will hang up on your wall that you probably would never think to put inside of your tree. That gives it a little bit more of a dimension on the sides.
Yeah.
We literally pack out a tree. Like we put some of any and everything inside of a tree. Like no branches left behind.
No branch left behind.
No branch left behind.
And what are maybe some easy ways to make like a regular tree look a little different from the previous year? Especially, you know, you pack stuff up, you put it away, but you don't want it to look the exact same every year.
So like with us, I think it's just the creativity. We could never duplicate like the same design. We have clients we've used the same decor for like over 4 or 5 years. Each year is just something totally different, and they come in and just be wowed each year. So, yeah, it's just, within the design.
And we're looking at some of the video of the designs that you've done here. Tell me this, okay, if somebody wants your services, which I'm sure people will, especially after seeing these videos, because you are so amazing. What do they need to do? And how long does this typically take you?
So it just depends on like the height of the tree. Like we have 12 footers, 14 footers. Those take a little bit longer, of course. But we also can make a 6 foot or 4 foot, whatever it is, we can make it look glamorous. That's what the tree slay is. We're gonna slay a tree, okay? We're gonna slay it.
And where can people find you online? Because
any socials,
the videos that we were seeing, they're posted, and there's so many more.
Any socials, The Tree Slayers. We have a website, thetreeslayers.com. Yes, come follow us, tag us, do it all.
No reason why we shouldn't, especially after seeing this. And how far in advance do people need to book you?
So, you know, I'm saying next year.
She's booked and busy.
I definitely am.
She's booked and busy.
Maybe like, I would say September.
Ooh, booked and busy.
Booked and busy.
But glad to have you here.
God is good. God is
Clearly. Yes. So great having you back. The Tree Slayer. Wonderful having you here. 9:31, everybody. We'll be right back. Celebrity.
9:33 on this pre-Thanksgiving windy Wednesday. Wow, wait till you see the gusts out there. I mean, you just look at that shot and you can't tell anything's going on. I don't see any people being blown across the street, but you might be. We also have a couple little scattered snow showers that are showing up here in our SAT-RAD composite, so let's go over and look at this. If you've seen any of the video, a bad storm hit yesterday in Minnesota. Semis were blown off the road, and that storm is still spiraling over northern Wisconsin, and we're kind of on the south edge of this where we're seeing a couple of snow showers, a couple of flurries here and there, but it looks more impressive than it actually is because of the winds, which make it look like a snow globe out there. These are the current temperatures: 35 at Waukegan, 33 at O'Hare and Morris, Kankakee, 36 at Gary, 34 at Valparaiso. But the main story are these winds. It's ridiculous. 59-mile-per-hour wind right now at Gary's airport. A severe thunderstorm has winds of 58 miles per hour. Midway with a 56-mile-an-hour wind. This is the sort of wind that can do structural damage, minor structural damage. It's not going to blow your house down, but it might, take some soffit off, take some shingles off the roof. It is that windy. We have a wind advisory in effect until 9 o'clock. It's possible the National Weather Service are kind of on the fence about issuing a high wind warning. If we see more of these 50-plus gusts, they may need to do that for at least a few hours. Of course, it's cold and it's windy. Here's what you've got. Wind chill. If you're out there maybe doing a little last-minute grocery shopping, temperatures close to 20 degrees, what it feels like on the skin that you don't cover up. Well, let's look at the 7-day forecast. 41, that happened. That was the midnight temperature. It was our high. The rest of the day, close to freezing. Turkey Day, freezing, but dry. Hopefully not the turkey, but the weather will be. Black Friday, another cold day, but at least with some sunshine. And then there's this, Saturday. And this will start late Friday night through the day Saturday. Snow probably starting somewhere between about midnight and 2 a.m. And at this point, I'm looking at a 6+ event here, maybe even more. Sunday and Monday, a couple scattered snow showers as Arctic air. I mean, you think that's cold? Look at these highs on Monday and Tuesday, only in the low 20s. Yikes. All right, let's look at a couple of photos coming in from the Fox 32 weather app. We've had some spectacular sunsets lately. This was from New York City. I don't see anything that would scream New York, but Margaret LaCaro says that was a sunrise over New York City. I'll take your word for it. It looks a little bit more rural than it does urban. Sky's on fire, though. And our second photo this hour, let's take a look at that one. I think we have another one. Here you go. This is a sunrise over Hoffman Estates, which looks almost as urban as the New York City shot did. Caroline Ebenante giving us that picture there. Beautiful pics. Thank you both for sending in your photos. Brian and Anita.
Well, volunteers from Levy are coming together this morning to cook some very special Thanksgiving meals.
Gabriela Primus is at Ratefield showing us how they are supporting the community.
Yeah, the kitchen has already been hot. It's going to continue today until Thanksgiving as they prep 4,000 Thanksgiving meals. And it's just not your dressing or just a piece of turkey. No, it's the whole thing. I am with Robin Rosenberg. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about all that you guys are able to do for people in Chicagoland for the last 30 years.
30 years. We're producing food for 4,000 people tomorrow. Everything. It's made from scratch. It's fresh turkeys, cranberries, green beans, dressing, mashed potatoes, and the gravy we made. It takes 2 days to make the gravy. We finished it last night. Amazing stuff.
So today is another prep day, right? Until you deliver it to Salvation Army tomorrow. How does that work?
Tomorrow morning, we start at 4 in the morning. We fire all the food. We heat up all the food, and then we load it in refrigerated trucks. And we have an escort to the Salvation Army on Christiana Street. And they do 4 different ways they serve the food. They do in the gymnasium there, we serve 1,100 with tablecloths and servers and everything, just like a restaurant. Then they have to-go meals where they come and pick up the meals for families. Say a family of 5, we give them food for 5 people, hot and fresh. They take it home and enjoy it. And then we go to all the locations and vans where the homeless congregate. Wow. Freeways, parks, and we feed them there too. We set up picnic tables and serve them.
You know what? Thank you for giving up so much time. And to the 40 other volunteers with Levy who also give up their time before the holiday. We had some of the cranberry sauce and it caught my eye. I said, how do you portion that out? And you said it's even more work. You put it out for the Salvation Army and they at least help you out with the portions, right?
Yeah, we deliver the cranberry sauce tomorrow morning and they cup it up. I put it on the truck last, so they pull it off first. They put it in 2-ounce cups, and for each plate, dinner, they give a little cup of cranberry sauce. This is fresh cranberry sauce made with fresh cranberries, oranges, orange juice, lemons, and sugar. It's just delicious. It cooks for about 4 or 5 hours.
Well done. Well done. I know it's going to be very good. Last 30 years, obviously you've had opportunities to maybe see the people, you know, and actually physically give the meal to the folks who are receiving it. What is that like? And why is it so special for you to have all these others do it with you?
It's such a great feeling to feed people that are, you know, they're less fortunate than us. It just makes me so happy because we're so lucky for everything we have. And to see the smile on their face from ear to ear, how much they're enjoying it, it makes my whole year. It really does.
Robin, thank you so much for joining us, and good luck to you the rest of the day.
Thanks.
And then tomorrow, make sure you take a rest too. But you're blessing so many people. Okay,
thanks,
well,
Gabby.
More information about this on our website, fox32chicago.com. Just look under links you saw on Fox 32. I will send it back to you.
Well, from turkey to pumpkin pie. Coming up, we're going to hear from a wine expert who shares some fantastic tips to help you select the ideal wines for your Thanksgiving spread.
This Wednesday.
We're all getting ready to celebrate Thanksgiving. There's one element that can elevate your feast to the next level. You need the perfect wine pairing, and choosing that right wine can enhance the flavors of your meal and create a more memorable dining experience for you and your guests. Joining me to offer some expert advice is Preston Smith. He's the general manager and sommelier at Show Amakase. Welcome, Preston. We're happy to have you here, man.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here.
And happy Thanksgiving. So, a lot of people are serving turkey, but not everybody. There's a common, I think, misconception that with poultry you have to go with a white. That's not necessarily the case.
Correct. I don't believe that as well. You can kind of go wherever you want to. Two of my favorite reds that I brought today, one that I think is actually best with poultry, is this Nebbiolo right here from Langhe.
Okay.
This is going to be, so if you're unfamiliar with Nebbiolo, friends, this is going to be a lighter style of red wine. However, we have some nice tannin. We have some nice like raspberry and cherry, some like rose notes. So what I like about this is you can bring out some of the herbs from that turkey, but also like support it with some like nice fuller red flavors.
But this has got, you know, it's not as dark a red as if you're, hitting it with a cab. So.
Correct. Yeah, it won't overpower some of the delicacies of Thanksgiving dinner that has a myriad of flavors and textures.
Yeah, very good, very good. All right. And this is at a fairly reasonable price point, too.
Oh, absolutely. This for a bottle is maybe at retail, I would say between like 25 and 35.
Yeah,
so nothing crazy
good
at all.
price there. All right, you've got a Greek offering here, too.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, what about the Greek wines?
So I think that Greek wines are really dynamic because for the centuries they've been making wine, they've been making it to pair with food. And so because, as you said, not everyone does turkey for Thanksgiving, we might have some salmon, we might have some steak, some bigger things. This is an Aeroyurtiko, which is an indigenous varietal.
I'm getting a lot of limestone in here, very, mineral forward.
Yes, sir, very correct.
Yep.
What's nice is it's going to be fuller like a cab, so some like richer, darker flavors with some more tannin than our prior wine.
I was going to say, yeah, I'm a little chewier for me. I like this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this can go with like your thicker stuffings, your like really big gravy. So this will hold up to the big boys of the Thanksgiving meal.
That's surprisingly good, yeah. And this is another, not $1 million bottle of wine here. No. This is very reasonable.
Exactly. Yeah, you can find this one is going to be between 25 and 35 as well, but you can find good examples of Aeroyurtiko for between 12 and 15.
Okay. What about, let's go to the whites here, and you've got a French offering here, Preston.
Yes. So Marsanne is one of my favorite white wines. This is from the Northern Rhone Valley. This is going to be to the left of Chardonnay. So it's going to have
to the left of Chardonnay.
Exactly. Not quite as big and bodacious, but in the same world.
Big and bodacious. That's my nickname in high school, by the way. Yeah.
That's very popular.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate that one. Okay.
The apricot is just stunning, though. The Kint is nice. I like this because if you're a white wine drinker and you really don't want to go into red, but you have a heavier family presentation, this is your friend.
Okay, all right.
Going to make sure it stands up to it.
Oh, that's very, very good. Also, we're 3 for 3 here.
Thank you.
Winner, winner. All right, now you've got a little something down here.
Yes.
And look, when you present a glass like this, people may not be thinking, oh, I bet there's champagne in there. They're used to seeing it in a flute. Tell us why it's really a good idea to serve it in something like this.
Yes. So champagne, primarily Chardonnay, Pinot Noir, and the grape, these are what we call delicate varietals. And the champagne, the bubbles of the champagne are rather large. So if we have a big bell, we allow the wine to expand. The bubbles have room to do their thing and have fun, but you get all the texture, all the aromas in every sniff and every sip. So we want a glass that envelops all of your senses.
And which Krug is this? Because this is, how many different years go into this blend?
This is the 171st edition. So we have 13 years of wine, I think 12 properties.
Okay, and this will go back to 2000, I think?
I believe 2015 is the youngest, 2005 is the oldest.
2005 is the oldest, okay. Ooh, very yummy.
The champagne is just gorgeous. It goes with everything.
Yeah, that is so
Pleases everybody.
Good. All right, well, in the time that we have left, Preston, tell us what folks can maybe get at the Show Omakase.
Oh, yes. So Show Omakase, so we're a modern style of Japanese dining. We do have all of these wines on our list. We serve Krug by the glass in our establishment. So if you're a
rare
Krug drinker, exactly, at a very approachable price. But we have a lot of wine from France, Italy, Spain. They're all meant to go with fish in a very specific way. So we have our reds are meant to be on the lighter effervescent side, but still some depth because we do have Wagyu and duck on our menu right now. All the whites are crisp and acidic and bright. So this is going to be one of the fuller expressions that we have, but we have some gorgeous Rieslings, some Gruner Veltliner, and a lot of sake. So if you guys are sake drinkers, come hang out. Yeah.
Sock me with your sake. Preston, this is fantastic. Let's hang out here and finish all this here before the morning is over. Happy Thanksgiving. I got to visit that Omakase place because I want you guys to pick out some wine and some sushi for me. Thanks for coming in, man.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
All right, Jake Hamilton joins us now here. And what have you got for us here? A TV show?
Yeah, I was just going to say, listen, I live a few blocks away. If you need to sleep off that segment you just did, I got a very comfortable fold-out couch.
I'm only halfway into this.
Fair enough. All right, guys, coming up, it is one of the most anticipated seasons of television ever. We're talking with the stars of Stranger Things when we come back.
All right, 9:50, everybody. One of the most highly anticipated final seasons of television ever premieres later today. That is a tough thing to say. One of the most ever. Jake was the only reporter, of course, in Chicago to talk with the entire cast of Stranger Things.
Are you guys fans at all? Have you guys watched it?
I watched season 1, and then it started to get a little far out there.
And it keeps going. It keeps going. I had to do, it's crazy as it sounds, it's been 3 years since the last season. I had to do some YouTube recap videos. I rewatched the finale of the last season, so I'm prepped. I'm ready to go. Part 1 of the of the 5th season. It's very complicated. The 5th and final season of Stranger Things is coming out a little bit later today. Needless to say, things are getting intense.
He knows where we are.
Watch out!
Boom.
Time's up.
We gotta go.
Do it.
Oh my God! It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. We're not gonna make it.
I got it.
I had the chance to chat with the entire cast, including stars Millie Bobby Brown and Noah Schnapp, who've been playing these roles for 10 years. And needless to say, there are some sort of interesting things their characters do that they are running out of ways to get creative with.
Guys, this is a real honor for me. I appreciate you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Guys, this is genuinely an honor. Thank you guys for taking the time. I appreciate you.
I feel like I've seen you over the past years, and it's always fun.
I feel like it's the same, honestly. Guys, this is an honor for me. Thank you for taking the time. I appreciate you.
Thanks for being here.
More than anyone else on the show, you guys have these physical acts that are synonymous with your characters. Obviously, 11 has, and then Will has kind of And I'd love to know, at what point over 5 seasons, because I know obviously you want to kind of do it different every time. At what point do you go, there is no possible different way I can do this? Like, I've run out of different ways I can do this.
It actually happened to me this year, or this season. I thought, do I throw a little kick? I don't know.
Wait.
Actually, it was
the arm with the kick?
No, I was like, could it be a kick? And everyone was like, Millie, you've gone insane. It's been 10 years. Don't kick. And I'm like, but what if it is? And they're like, stop pitching it. It's not working. So yeah, 100. You're not wrong, Jake. It's actually, you start to go
A little insane.
Yeah, a little bit insane. Like, what else can I do here?
This with a kick.
I never considered.
This with a jazz hand. I love this. Let's reshoot it.
Best season ever.
Yeah.
To that point, because I love that you guys did that, what is the expiration on people asking you to do the things? Have we passed it?
We've passed it, yeah.
I mean, I don't think anyone comes up to me and is like, do the goosey. Like, I wouldn't say it's the 11 stare on that.
That's what that's called. No, I mean, don't.
But what is the expiration? I mean, there is no expiration on the 11th stare. That will live forever. That is like the iconic part of our
doing
show.
it honestly stopped a long time ago when I heard the phrase, I'm not a performing monkey. I thought, I resonate with that. I'm going to stop doing it. But it's only because I just feel like I only want to do it when it's my character. It feels so silly when I'm Millie in like a ball gown and I'm like, it just doesn't hit the same,
Yeah. And also when that check clears.
Yeah, period, Jake.
I got you.
Yeah.
The final season of Stranger Things will be 8 episodes total. The first 4 drop tonight at 7 p.m., the next 3 on Christmas Day, and then the 2-hour series finale will drop on New Year's Eve, both on Netflix and in theaters. Don't miss it. We're going to break. We'll be right back.
Fuck.
Let's send it straight upstairs to Studio 32 with Chicago Now. Is getting ready to start. You guys already got a guest.
Hey, you know what, friends? Yeah, Harlem Globetrotter right here. And guess what? We just told him he's not going to be on camera. Hey, just sit back, relax. And look, now he's on camera. We're so excited. Yeah, this is what we really got to tease, right? We have Dante here with us. He's going to talk about the show upcoming on December 28th, correct? So exciting. Plus, we're going to talk about an event that's happening at the Salt Shed. I heard that we're going to have a mystery mascot coming over. Also talking about emergency dental.
Interact.
I think everyone's confused. It's Wednesday. I know. I'm thinking it's Thursday. Of course, Thanksgiving is on Thursday. Harlem Globetrotter in the house. And it's me. We have Dante Hammer Harrison. Thank you so much for coming.